In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
What's good? Happy New Year to all that are here. Let's stop dancing and let's get into the show. What's up? Be easy, that dude. It is good to see you here on this morning. If you guys are not familiar with Be Easy, that dude, DAT, as in that dude, go over there and check him out. Let me drop Be Easy's link in the chat. A channel where you can actually get some real information that is not talked about enough in the YouTube sphere of Black people who have access to information, but only access a bunch of bullshit. Let me give you a Be Easy link. Hold on one second. Hold on. I see a white woman. That ain't Be Easy. Let me go over here and find his link. Oh, that is his link. Oh, okay. That profile picture threw me off. Be Easy. I said that cannot be his link. Let me drop his link in the chat. You will enjoy yourself over there. Hey, Melissa Scott. That profile picture threw me off. Be Easy. I just did a profile pic. I'm gonna change it back. I would suggest that. That would be good. Yeah, I was over at Be Easy's on last night, and he had a lot of interesting things that he was talking about, and I suggest that anybody go over there to Be Easy's because we know that we are inundated with a lot of BS. It threw a lot of people off. I'm sure it did. Now, be easy. Did what I recommend? I noticed that you tried that yesterday. Did that boost anything for you? I'm pretty sure it did. Oh, you got the profile picture right here too. I didn't even realize you had the profile picture on right here. I was like, that cannot be easy. Okay, so now this has been an interesting year. 2025 has been a very interesting year, and we are leaving 2025 off. Yes, it did. I am glad to hear it. I am glad to hear it. You do get a couple of trolls in there, but I'm pretty sure they run out, and when they hear the content of what you're talking about and understand that we're not here to play with these idiots, because we know exactly who we are. So there's been this year has been a full of a lot of bullshit, a lot of ignoring 45, 47, ruining this country. A lot of I don't see that, but I see you. I don't see what this president is doing to and for his family, but I see this over here. And now, the latest news that has come out is they will not be paying child care in Minnesota entirely. So let me share with you something that you may not know that is not being widely broadcast about this Minnesota situation. Let me share with you what is this story about Minnesota. Let me find it. Um, Here we go. Let me share this with you about the theft that has been going on in Minnesota. Many of you may not be aware that this all started under a white woman. There have been under the Biden administration, the Biden administration that they bring up every time they want to say something's wrong. 90 people have already been arrested. I think 60 or so are still under prosecution, and another round of them have already pled guilty. So you have a YouTuber go out to one of these health what is it, not a health clinic, one of these preschool that has already been closed by the investigation that has been done under the Biden administration, and knock on the door of a place that has already been closed from the prior investigations, and now all of a sudden everybody is up in all. Do you think that they are up in arms about any crime? Do you think that they care about any crimes as they sit here silent as 45, 47 pardoned criminals who have had way more crime than them, as he tried to step around and excuse and make you forget that they don't think that it's important that grown men have been trafficking underage minors, and you think he cares about crime? Let me share this with you. uh, let's get into this. Hold on. Here we go.
That's happening in Minnesota because it's my home state. The first message I got was from a friend of mine asking me if I'd seen that video that wackadoodle Nick Shirley did going to that like quick learning center or whatever it's called. And I'm not saying there's not fraud going on in Minnesota. I'm just saying that some of it seems to be from Nick Shirley. So he goes to this learning center. It's a daycare that has taken millions of dollars. He's knocking, nobody's coming to the door. But it would seem that he's actually at the back door. So here he is at the front door. It's a restaurant called Abdi's Kitchen. That learning center shut down due to multiple violations, none of which I don't believe had to do with fraud. But he doesn't tell his followers that it's actually a restaurant. So I got a bunch of messages about that. And then I got this comment on Instagram, which is a bad faith question. This guy is MAGA. And there has been a huge MAGA push to think about Somali people as fraudsters. Usually what they're referencing is the Feeding Our Future case. And yes, a lot of Somali people were implicated in that case. But what they conveniently leave out is this woman, Amy Bach. In 2016, she founded the nonprofit Feeding Our Future. And in 2020 is when the fraud began. This was at the beginning of the pandemic. This was during DJT's first term. He completely mishandled the pandemic to the point that he loosened oversight on these kinds of programs, allowing claims to get through unverified. And Feeding Our Future claimed that they were giving thousands of meals to children, and they never did. They pocketed that money to the tune of $240 million. In 2022, during Biden's term, Biden's FBI raided the organization, and the organization shut down. There were 78 suspects, Amy Bach, and all of her employees. In March of 2025, 40 of those people, including Amy Bach, were either found guilty or pled guilty. Merrick Garland called it the largest pandemic relief fraud scheme that there ever was. And Biden's administration shut it down. So most of the 78 people who were indicted and the 40 people who were found or pled guilty were Somali, but they were also Bach's employees. She was described as an authoritarian who silenced dissent within her ranks, discouraged scrutiny from state regulators, and cut off people who refused to comply with fudging the numbers. She is the person who created all of this. And now this has become a huge right-wing talking point because of racism and xenophobia. But no one ever mentions her, the person who created it. Now, there's a ton more to the story, but I know that this guy asked me to cover this, to prove that Somali people are bad, because that's what this admin wants you to think. The reality is every community has bad actors. That is not an indication of a community as a whole. Unless maybe we're talking about some white women like Amy Bach, who actually was only caught because of Somali whistleblowers. They were the ones who dissented, the ones that Bach iced out. Anyway, too long didn't read. There are bad actors everywhere, but in this case, it was a white woman. So I'm getting a lot of messages about all of this alleged.
I'm pretty sure a lot of you were unaware of that. I was unaware of it as well until I saw this Instagram post. I was unaware of this because now, last night on Abby Phillip's show, Abby Phillip did bring this up. And there was over talking to bring it back to the black people who were involved, as they always ignore the crimes that white people commit. So this is going to be in my description box. Please share this. This is the first link that I have in my description box. And just in case you didn't know, now you know. So there is something else that is not getting a lot of attention. I told you about the young lady who passed away. I told you about that. When was I last here? I think I was here on on Monday. The young lady who passed away because her insurance company wanted her to pay $5,000 a month for her insurance coverage. And she had stage 1 colon cancer. And because her insurance refused to pay for her treatment, it quickly excelled, and she passed away last weekend. Now, understand that we are coming into 2026, where a lot of people have been kicked off of their health insurance. A lot more people, 17 million, kicked off of their health insurance, which is Medicaid. And we have a lot more, up to 25 million, whose premiums are going to double and in some cases triple, depending on which state. And they will not be able to afford the Affordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, which says if you have a pre-existing condition, an insurer cannot deny you. So they're going to lose that insurance, and then they're going to be out here trying to shop around for new insurance that is not on the Affordable Care Act. And what is going to happen to people who already have pre-existing conditions? They're not going to be accepted into these insurance programs. So are we clear on that? We're clear on that. So we are coming into an age of, in 2026, this is what you have to look forward to. A lot of people are going to die. And the Republican Party, who said that the government shutdown was not their fault, all of this type of stuff. They would talk about extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies after the government reopened. And what did they do? They said, we have a bill and we wouldn't talk to you about it. We're talking about it amongst ourselves. And they had absolutely nothing. So here we go. Now, let me tell you, if y'all think that everything's okay, your health insurance is going to rise. The people who are purchasing their health insurance via your employer. Why is it going to rise? Because the health insurance companies are after money. So you think that the health insurance company is going to lose the cost of 17 million people who are kicked off of the Affordable Care Act and not charge the money to you? You think they're not going to charge the difference to you? So you have people saying that Obama just wanted to give money to the insurance companies. But if that was your problem, if that's your main problem, why haven't something been done about the profiteering off of healthcare by these insurance companies? Huh? Well, why does the guy who shot the United Healthcare CEO? Do you know that there is speculations that he may be getting his death penalty by this DOJ Pam Bimbo, because Pam Bimbo has some is invested in United Healthcare. Pam Bimbo actually did work for United Healthcare, and she is heavily invested in United Healthcare. So this may be, these personal vengeance that is being sought after by this administration. Yeah, yeah. So she is heavily invested in this. Now, what I also want to share with you, since we are bringing in the new year. There is a article in Politico, inside the free clinic caring for those who can't afford the only hospital in town. Now, understand, in Albany, Georgia, the Lone Hospital, the region's largest healthcare provider, is supposed to treat patients regardless of their ability to pay. But many residents have instead turned to the small, free Samaritan clinic. So this hospital, what is the name of the hospital? This hospital was built to treat people, even if they did not have the ability to pay. But they're not treating people who do not have the ability to pay. So let me get some statistics. The Samaritan Clinic is a small free clinic serving people without health insurance in Albany, Georgia. It was created in 2008 to provide care for people who couldn't afford medical treatment. More than 15 years later, the need has changed a little. Today, Albany has one of the highest poverty rates in the state. About 16% of residents are uninsured, nearly double the national average, and people here pay some of the highest commercial health insurance rates in the country. Not far from the Samaritan Clinic is Phoebe Punity Memorial Hospital, Southwest Georgia's largest hospital, a non-profit founded on the principle that patients should be treated regardless of their ability to pay. So why do so many residents turn to a free clinic for care? Um, now, I cannot tell you. We're gonna have to watch it. Let me share. Uh, that's the preamble to this YouTube story. So let me share. The hospital, the largest in the region, is not taking care of patients. Hey, Queen Diva. Hey, Happy New Year, Queen Diva. Long time no see. It is good to see you, Queen Diva. I'm just bringing in the new year of what we have to expect. They have a hospital that is supposed to treat these people, but these people are having to go to a free clinic. So this will be number 2 under free clinic. Let's get into it.
What your foot is looking like now?
It's itching now, it's hurting now, and I have actually been doing surgery on my own foot.
She's been doing surgery on her own foot. And yet they have the largest hospital in the region that's supposed to help patients like her. Let's continue.
Hey, now you have been putting the cream that we gave you. You haven't recently?
In 2 months, I haven't had any medicine because I just moved it up.
All right, let's see what we got.
And pay a $400 light bill, so I don't have no money for no medicine.
We don't want you in that kind of pain. So let's see if we can go ahead and get you in with the dermatologist. That needs to be addressed now. You're diabetic, and we don't want this to get infected. Are you in the Phoebe Financial Assistance Program?
I didn't go to the hospital when I heard because I ain't want to make another bill.
Yeah.
It messed up my credit and stuff. If I could just stop the itch.
Right.
The itch won't stop.
Okay.
It's been going on 4 years.
Okay. All right, my dear. Let me get the medicine ordered for you and let you know when your appointment is.
The poverty rate is twice the U.S. average. Over twice.
The issue is the follow-up that's needed for many of these people that often doesn't get taken until they come here. Could they do it in their facility with their providers? Probably so. Should they? Probably so. Phoebe Putney, it is the health system here in Albany. There is literally no competition. This is a community-based nonprofit hospital. They get resources from the state to take care of indigent populations, but who's accountable for ensuring that's happening? Phoebe owns a lot of property. In fact, they own this building that we run our clinic out of. And so we are very appreciative of that. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a while.
Right.
Your cholesterol level is fine. It's under 200. It's just these triglycerides. That tenderness in your belly is not good. Phoebe has been sending people since we've been here. If they don't have any form of insurance, they get sent here. They know they're likely not going to get paid beyond the care that they're required to give by law. Treat them and street them, as they say, meaning get them out of the emergency room as fast as we can. It becomes more a business situation, and that's really unfortunate because a lot of patients will fall through the cracks.
There's always a dilemma of how do we continue to serve our community if you can't pay for it? We provide that service regardless of race, religion, and the ability to pay. But there's a fine line between providing everything free of charge and being able to run any business. Out of the hospitals of our size, we have the second most charity care in the nation. Some people might argue it should be higher, but we can't provide absolutely every service to every community member. It's just like somebody walking into a grocery store saying, I'm hungry, my children are hungry, so I'm going to fill my cart up and I'm going to walk out. We don't live in a society that provides that 100% of the time. We see this sort of patch quilt work of how you care for a community. And so Samaritan Clinic is one of those. That's how we provided them space at no charge.
What brings you here today?
My ear.
Okay, just let your arm relax now.
Samaritan Clinic was started by our pastor, Daniel Simmons at Mount Zion. This is a true ministry for the community. The primary basis of our funding is our parishioners.
Father, we thank you for this privilege to represent you today before your people. I pray for this community, for those who need saving to be saved. In Jesus' name, amen. The system is not designed to help everybody. If I have good insurance, then I have access to quality health care. But if I don't have the adequate health insurance, you don't get the same level of treatment.
We want to pray for our president when the level of care that he is getting in the hospital will be the same level of care that people can get no matter who they are and where they are in this world.
This church in 2008 opened the Samaritan Clinic. It costs absolutely nothing for you to come, and we get you the help that you need. But the fact that the church has to do that should make our American government shame that people are dying, and you've got this major facility with all of these resources, and they don't have access to it.
Ms. Huckabee, do we have another patient waiting?
Yes, ma'am.
We need to get him referred to Dr. Jai. And if not, we can refer him to Phoebe. Okay. We can address blood pressure, hypertension, diabetes, but we can't give them a colonoscopy, x-ray exams, and things of that nature.
And how long?
Things of that nature would be covered if you have a primary care physician, which most people is the first thing that you do when you have health insurance. Because they can do these tests. You have a yearly or sometimes annual physical, and they usually catch a lot of things early. But when you are subject to this disjointed type of medical treatment, a lot of things you don't worry about. You keep on pushing through pain and aches and all of these things, and until they get unbearable. And usually at that point, it could be life-threatening. Because you didn't get an early diagnosis of a chronic illness. Let's continue. This is where we're going. Happy 2026.
How long has this been going on?
About 2 months.
2 months. You had this before?
Yes, I had it before. I had went to Phoebe Care.
Mm-hmm.
They got this one here open up.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't get this one here.
I started work at Phoebe in 1963. Everything was colored and white. It was very much segregated, and it stayed that way for years. I said, when I retire, I'm going to spend my time helping others. 134 over 96. It's a little higher than we like for it to be.
So this is probably just allergies, is my guess. Now, we did have a slight elevation on your cholesterol. You need to cut back on any fatty or fried foods.
This is Doris Moultrie. I'm calling from the Samaritan Clinic. I have a referral. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to fax this to you. I worked with quite a few doctors over the years. I know a lot of their office personnel. I just talked to them and said, look, this patient doesn't have any money. Could y'all please see this patient? Okay.
People aren't really getting the necessary care, and certainly not the preventative care.
We have a backwards healthcare system in the United States that only funding side of it is for sick people. There's no funding to keep people healthy.
Have you applied for Phoebe financial care?
No, ma'am.
James.
A lot of stuff, they don't tell you about that stuff. When you're in there, they don't tell you about all that.
Can you go today and talk
Yes,
to
ma'am.
him?
That's Phoebe. Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you had this lump on your face?
About 8 years, so.
8 years. Has it grown, you feel?
I feel like
You feel like it has grown? When were you last at Phoebe?
it might have been from when I was going for the surgery.
Now, he got a lump on his face that big. That big. Because he has no health insurance. It was allowed to grow that big. And now he's... we are about to see a lot more of this in the United States. This is what I'm telling you. These politicians are sitting up there on their hands and jaw jerking in front of microphones and not being asked the pertinent question by this for-profit media. And this is what's going on in the United States already. Can you imagine when over 30 million people, 40 million people have lost their health insurance? That I'm just, I just want to make it real. I'm trying to keep it real. So we're the wealthiest country in the world, and you see all of the administration talk about how good the economy is going, but you're not being told the truth. If the economy is going this well, why are so many people are going to be destined to this?
Okay, so we scheduled the appointment.
Right.
And did they call you?
Yes, ma'am. They said they gave me an appointment. They said that I need to have a certain amount of money when I come to that appointment.
How much money did they tell you?
$200.
$200.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they know you were coming from Samaritan
I
Clinic?
told them all that, ma'am. I really did. I did.
Okay. I'm going to follow up on this lump and figure out what the issue is as to why we can't get you in.
I appreciate it, ma'am.
Okay, dear. All right, just give me a minute. I'm going to go and look at the medicine cabinet.
Now, Phoebe Hospital is supposed to treat people who don't have money, but they're not treating this man. Now, there's not Phoebe hospitals all across the United States, and the one hospital that is supposed to treat him, they're not even treating him. Can you imagine what people are going to have to suffer with because what did she say? Treat them and street them. The method of treatment is treat them and street them. Treat them with the most. Take care of what they're coming in here complaining about, but don't take care of the underlying issue that is causing the complaint. I remember there was a big a time period in Los Angeles where they would treat them and street them. They would take the patients out to Skid Row in their hospital gowns and the little footies and dump people on Skid Row. So, is that what a lot of these hospitals are going to do? Because by law, they must treat you. They must treat you and get. They must. I forget what it's called. By law, a emergency room must treat you. They cannot turn you away from services. But we know that a lot of hospitals have turned patients away for services. How many times have we seen patients being arrested, and the one lady who was being arrested because they were telling her nothing was wrong with her, and she said, "I'm not leaving, I'm sick, I can't breathe," and they called the police, and they were putting her in the police car to arrest her, and then she fell out. And what did they do? They took her right back into the emergency room, where she died from complications of the illness that had her not being able to breathe. What about the story that I covered on here, where somebody was driving past a hospital and they saw an old black man crumpled at the curve of the driveway to the hospital? Come to find out, his Medicaid would not pay for more days, and they took him out, had guards dress him, take him out, and dumped him on the street of the hospital, right by the entrance of the emergency room. He still had stunts and tubes connected to his body. This is how they dumped this black man on the sidewalk, on the street, not the sidewalk, on the street. Somebody drove past and saw him, and they called the ambulance. What did the ambulance do? The ambulance showed up and took him right back to the same hospital. He had sepsis and all types of things. But because Medicaid didn't want to pay for more treatments, 4 doctors said he has to go. They didn't give a fuck what was wrong with him. No, he has to go. He's a Medicaid patient already. And if we're not getting our money from Medicaid, he got to go. Y'all remember me covering that story? I covered that story about 2 years ago. So here we go. This is what we can expect more of, because up to 25 million people have lost their Medicaid coverage under this administration in the richest nation in the world, while we are fanned out all over the world, shooting bombs and missiles, all of these high price missiles, and while we are supporting Israel, a country that has universal health care for all of the people that live in Israel, but while we're giving them billions of dollars in aid every year, and this is what's happening to our own people. Let's continue.
Sometimes you deal with the sickness because it's trouble trying to do anything about it. Especially when you got no insurance. There's so much that sets you back that you don't want to go. So a lot of people don't go to the doctor and all that because a lot of them lack insurance and lack of money, so that makes it get worse and worse.
Hello, you have reached Phoebe Putney Memorial Hospital.
Good morning, Melissa. I wanted to call to follow up on a referral that we sent.
Yeah, he had last seen on Monday, August the 10th, 2020, 11 a.m. Referred from the Samaritan Clinic, evaluation and remove facial tumor.
Mm-hmm. Is there a plan for the removal of the tumor, or?
I couldn't tell you. What I can do is I can do a patient care and have a nurse call you.
Okay.
I don't know anything medically about that. All I can tell you is when the appointment was done.
Do you know if he's required to bring a payment or anything?
Well, normally if they're self-pay and they first come, it's a $100 requirement.
Okay, because usually for Samaritan Clinic patients, though, they've been seeing like one a month.
Right, I'm not sure.
Can I speak with the office manager?
Honey, we don't have one right now.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All righty, bye-bye.
Okay. I'll have to follow up on this later. Some of these folks have gone on for years with these conditions. I don't quite understand why people can't just get help.
And their conditions go from chronic to terminal.
Healthcare is a right.
You can't just leave people out here in a position of needing healthcare and not being able to access it.
Now, this man didn't show up for surgery. The Samaritan Clinic said it again referred this patient to Phoebe for surgery, but he didn't show up for his appointment. He has since left Albany. Public records show this patient filed for bankruptcy in 2015, listing more than $11,000 owed to Phoebe amongst her debts. And good. If you're unaware, this 4547 has administration has put something in where you are no longer allowed to file bankruptcy on medical debt. Did you know that? Did you know that? You are no longer allowed to file bankruptcy on medical debt. So, let me see what you guys are saying. Hey, Madison. Hey, Lena. This is so sad. They telling us lies. I can't watch this. It's gonna make me cry, and I can't do this right now. Madison, the reason I have health insurance. Let's be clear. I thank God I have health insurance. I know a lot of you may have health insurance, but I want you to understand that coming this new year, millions upon tens of millions of people are going to be going without health insurance in the richest nation in the world. I just want you to understand. See, because a lot of people don't understand it. A lot of people don't have relatives that are exposed to this type of living, not having health insurance. And that's why I think it's important to understand that a lot of people that you knew or who even if they only had Medicaid, a lot of people are going to be losing their health insurance because the House and the Senate did not find a solution to allow the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act to be reinstated. This motherfucking House Speaker Mike Johnson, several even Republicans were saying, well, why don't we just extend these subsidies for 1 year, for 2 years until we figure it out? He wouldn't even put it on a floor to vote for the ability to extend the subsidies for people, but when in fact they had no other solution, saying that we need to talk about it and we need to come to an agreement and we need to work this out. And then what did he do? Close the doors to Congress, shut down Congress. Not giving a fuck. But he has for a gold star insurance paid for by who? Paid for by the taxpayer dollars. He has the best insurance. All of them have the best insurance. All of your elected senators and Congress people have the best insurance. Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. The link is in the link is in my description box. If anybody want to come up, this link, these links to these stories are also in my description box. They are under health insurance. So now. This is something that I want to share as well. There's been a rise of this. White people are being discriminated against, racism against white people, and this talk about what black culture is. Black culture is something that is criminal. anything that overtly affects us, it's our fault, it's our culture. Have you heard all of this saying what black culture is and is not? So um, I just happened to run across this. I was so glad to run across this. And I definitely want to talk about what is black culture. And when you watch this, I want you to see what is white culture as well. Um, let me share this with you. The link is in the description box. If somebody want to come up, you're more than welcome. I'm gonna pin the link to the chat as well. You are more than welcome to come up because we need to talk about what culture really is, and maybe I need to remind some black people as well what our culture really is. Because when you sit on your ass and you don't get up to vote in your local elections, in your national elections, in your state elections, let me remind you where you came from, and let me remind you that no person gave it to you. This is what your ancestors fought for. So let's talk about let's talk about cultures. I do want to talk about cultures today.
County parish is a farm parish. They had us so that we were solely dependent on the landowner. We live with the County parish is a farm parish. They had us so that we were solely dependent on the landowner. We lived on the fat of the land because there wasn't no money. There was not much opportunity in Hardwood other than working at the sawmill. Streets was bad, houses was bad. It just was bad.
In the 1800s and most of the 1900s, farming and working for sawmills were common ways for black people to get by in just about every southern community in the United States. But there was something different in rural West Feliciana Parish. Its population has never exceeded 12,000, excluding the inmates at Angola State Prison. But West Feliciana has produced an exceptional number of black professionals.
Everything that you can name came out of Dawson High School. It's because the kids was more focused on their education and what could I do to better my condition.
They don't want to tell you that. They don't want you to even know this. Why do you think that they don't want you to know this? They tell you to pull yourself up by your bootstrap as they hide your history from you. And they revel in you being so caught up on bullshit and ignorance and celebrating ignorance, celebrating drugs. Why do you think they offer you drugs on the ballot? Now, some people don't think weed is drug, but I, as a person, think that if you are dependent on something to adjust your mindset every day, for me, that is not good for me. That is not good for me because I don't need to go to a product when I am feeling some type of way to stop feeling the way that I'm feeling. That's just for me. Why do you think that this is what they have to offer you? Let's keep going.
Many blacks collectively look back on our challenge. The very foundation of West Feliciana Parish was based mostly on farming. The area had been under Spanish, French, and British rule. After the Louisiana Purchase, it had even been the capital of the West Florida Republic before becoming part of the United States. White families were given thousands of acres of land through land grants. Some people were rewarded for military service. Others were induced to move to the Deep South to develop farmland. Still others were given land because of their relationships with the people in power, who wanted trusted supporters in certain areas. Some of these new landowners were already rich, and they wanted to build on their wealth by farming cotton and livestock. The European families often rode wagons and horses as their enslaved workers walked from the northeastern corner of the country to the Deep South. They brought with them cattle and hogs. That journey was roughly 900 miles. Others traveled by sea from the Carolinas, Virginia, and other states, and from other countries by ship to Louisiana. The trip down the Atlantic coast through the Gulf of Mexico and up the Mississippi was sometimes thousands of miles. Once the settlers arrived on their land, they made the workers clear.
We need to look at this immigration map. Look at all the immigrants from Scandinavia, Russia, Germany, Great Britain, Ireland, Italy, all other European countries. Going where? Going straight to you. From Mexico, from Asia, from Canada. This is the immigration. Going straight to the South. Why were they going to the South? Because the South was getting their landowners rich via slavery. So that was the starting point to these slave-holding states. Because these non-black people saw a benefit because slave labor had made this country wealthy. While J.D. Vance and what is his name? Stephen Miller sits up and try to tell these young white people at Turning Point USA that they built this country. I'm going to tell you who built this country. I'm going to show you who built this country as they had their slaves walking along with their cattle and their pigs for 900 miles to get to Louisiana, that good fertile ground that was producing so much cotton that it became the Americans' economy that had them shipping cotton all across the world, making America rich. You know, the richest country in the world, like they like to talk about. Well, how did America get rich? What did these non-black people do to get America rich? But they don't even want to consider black people in anything but dereliction. So if you don't know who you are, and if you allow these people in this administration to rewrite your history, that's because you don't know your own history yourselves. Let's continue.
Mexico and up the Mississippi was sometimes thousands of miles. Once the settlers arrived on their land, they made the workers clear the trees, including deeply rooted stumps, cultivate the soil and plant crops of cotton, sugarcane, and other vegetables and fruit trees.
They made the workers do all this, clear the trees. Do you know clearing the trees? Clearing a fucking forest. They cleared a forest. These were the trees. Not just a tree here, a tree there, a whole motherfucking forest of trees. Human beings, by hand, all the way down to the stump, so they can till the land. You know, something that they didn't know how to do themselves because they were perishing until they got people who knew how to work the land. And then what did they do? They went over to Africa and bought bought them up, bought them up, bought them up, to keep themselves alive and to enrich themselves. But you don't understand that the part of the story is it was the black men, they already had this knowledge, something that they could not give them. But Ron DeSantis wants you to believe that you learned a trade as a slave, so they taught you a trade. No, you came over here with the knowledge from Africa. That's where you got the knowledge from. Because these motherfuckers couldn't survive. They were dying out. They couldn't till their own land. There was nothing they can do without the knowledge that was already instilled in you. Let's continue.
Cattle and horse pastures and hog pens also had to be built. The ultimate goal of the move south was to raise enough cotton for the global markets. Once picked, the cotton would be shipped by train or boat downriver to New Orleans, where cotton agents or brokers would find markets to ship the cotton all over the world. In the 1830s, West Feliciana became the first place in the United States to operate an interstate railroad service. The train went from Woodville, Mississippi, to a shipping dock at Bayou Sarah, an area on the banks of the Mississippi River near modern.
A whole railroad service, not to move passengers, to move this white fluffy gold of the United States. Did you know that during slave times that they actually had a railroad service? A lot of you guys don't know this. To move cotton so it could be easily shipped all over the world. Let's continue.
Day, St. Francisville. By the 1840s, West Feliciana farmers had roughly 40,000 acres of land planted in cotton, yielding about 40,000 bales. A bale was about 400 pounds. Farmers had also accumulated about 3,000 heads of cattle. They raised roughly 190 bushels of corn to feed their families, the enslaved workers, and the livestock. A bushel of shelled corn weighs roughly 50 pounds. Sweet potatoes, Irish potatoes, and bean crops were also popular. An 1860 census report shows West Feliciana Parish had a population of roughly 12,000 people, a vast majority of whom were enslaved. Blacks outnumbered whites by 3.5 to 1, enough to manage crops that thrived in Louisiana's warm climate.
So who built this country? Blacks outnumbered whites 3 to 1. But they want you to believe that they were the one who built this country. Let's continue. Because I want you to know this is what black culture is. Black culture built this motherfucker.
Fertile soil, sometimes fertilized by the rich silt from the Mississippi River when it overflowed its banks. At least 20 planters each held more than 100 people as property. Then came the Civil War. Many plantation owners left their farms to fight for their way of life. Some perished. Some came home with deep battle scars. Many gave up their cash for the cause, but their descendants still live in the lavish homes built by slaves on property donated to their families more than 150 years earlier. Other families prospered by selling the houses and the land. The war ended with...
So these people was enriching themselves off of off of welfare, the land that was given to them, and then they had free labor to build them these big, huge plantations. And they were able to build these big, huge plantation off of the labor of the people that they had building them these plantations. But they want you to believe that black people are lazy and shiftless. They want you to believe that black people are dumb and these plantations are still standing to this day. Let's continue.
And the land. The war ended with a declaration that called for the end of slavery. It was a turbulent time for both the landowners and the former slaves. Many of the freed men and women willingly headed north or west in search of a better place and a better life. And some landowners encouraged former slaves to leave because they didn't want to continue providing a roof over their heads. The planters and ranchers didn't know how hard the former slaves were willing to work once they were free. And some of the former slaves stayed in the meager houses they had been living in all along and tried to negotiate better conditions with the landowners.
Some people say, oh, you done sold yourself to the landowner. But if you don't have nothing, and there's a trade-off, I'm going to take care of you, but you're going to work for me. You're going to have groceries. You're going to have a roof over your head. You ain't got to worry about no light bill, water bill, gas bill. So that's what you call selling yourself to the landowner, then yeah.
They didn't have no light bill, water bill, gas bill back then, sir.
But you got to start from somewhere.
Vincent Smith, his parents, Nathaniel and Sally, and his 10 brothers and sisters lived on one of 3 plantations owned by Douglas Hampton. The children.
Now, let's get into the sharecropping of it all. And let's see who benefited from and who got wealthy off of these sharecroppers. Here we go.
Went to the fields as soon as they were old enough to work.
In the plantation when I was...
The children went to the fields as soon as they were able to work. So surely they got paid. Obviously it was riches in this. But with all the slaves that had left, there was a whole lot more work they can do. And surely they didn't work. They were not able to keep up with the amount of cotton that they were selling worldwide to amass the wealth that they were used to getting. So what did they do instead?
Born on we call inherited. Douglas Hampton was the owner. Across the road was West Inheritance Plantation, owned by the same man. Across the road was Tangawai Plantation, owned by the same man. And we rented land. We didn't work on the 4th or the 3rd. All what we made was ours, but he fixed it so that we never could make money. Just say we made $500. The rent was $200.
He owned all of this land from 3 plantations, but he did them the favor to rent some land where they can work for themselves and do their own crops. And they got 1 day, 1 week a month to work their own crops. He did them a favor. Let's see let's see about this favor.
$200 money. He fixed it so that we never could make money. Just say we made $500. The rent was $200. And then you had to go and take up all the year to make it. And so when he run up the figures, you always come out even. Well, Nathaniel, you did good this year. You broke even. That means you didn't make nothing, but you don't own nothing. If you need it, plow points and ropes and gears and chains and whatever you needed to run the farm. And we had a store up there, Morgan and Damps run the store. And Douglas would go there and say, give Nathaniel credit and give this one credit and give that. So we go take up the grocery. And so you had to pay all that at the end of the year. Sharecropper, if you worked on the third or the fourth, the man get 3 and you get 1. All we had to buy was salt and pepper for the eating concern. We ate peas one day, butter bean the next day, okra. We ate off the fat of the land. Our meat was squirrel and rabbit. Killed the hog in the wintertime, and then we didn't have.
Kill the hog in the wintertime and salt that meat and smoke that hog meat and have that lard off of all the fat and eat for a year off of killing a hog. That was the tradition. They lived off the land. Why do you think that coons is a meal from the South? Squirrels, rabbit. Why do you think that is so? These are people who are still getting all of their work for free. But who is pretending like they are doing something for them as they charge them to live now? They're charging them to live, and they are getting rich on whatever harvest that these people who are paying them to live. See, this deprived mindset goes back a long way. And you notice they always figure out a way to enrich themselves off of people who have absolutely nothing. And as you look at 45, 47, who has made in his first year in office a profit of $3 billion, and no one is saying a word about that. But people are losing their jobs and losing their health care at a rapid pace. This economy is fucked, but they want to tell you how good the stock market is. What does the stock market do for the majority of American people? Nothing. Nothing. What does the stock market do for the rich and the one percenters? Plenty. See, same motherfucking tricks. And if you don't know your history, this is why a lot of us are repeating our history, because a lot of us don't know that the game has always been rigged this way. And while you're sitting back looking at another poor motherfucker, getting over on another poor motherfucker, blaming another poor motherfucker is not going to do anything for you. This has always been the American way. While they talking about America first and sending all of your tax dollars to other nations for wars, while the Pentagon budget is $1 billion, while they're sitting up giving corporate welfare to billionaires and have nothing for you, but are allowing the billionaires to take jobs, allow a billionaire to come in and take jobs all throughout the federal government. You know, the federal government was the people who hired so many black people, who allowed so many black people to pull themselves up out of poverty into the middle class. And you know they didn't like seeing that. So they figured out a way to say that giving you a chance, this DEI was giving unqualified workers a place in society. And we need to get rid of all of this DEI in our federal government, and then they turned it into our schools. Then they turned it into law offices, and Target just got on their knees and sucked dick and say, yes, sir, we'll do it right away. And some of you stupid motherfuckers still go shop at Target. Let's continue.
Electricity, so we had to salt the meat down and keep it. Every killed and rabbit, killed the hog in the wintertime, and then we didn't have electricity, so we had to salt the meat down and keep it. Everybody had hog because hog was a way of life. We had 3 cows, we had the milk, and then we.
Oh, you notice what? And you notice what else? Since the largest pork manufacturer is owned by China, you notice what else? Since this regulation of all of these meat packing plants have been allowed to flourish in the United States, where there are ingredients that are put in American pork that is banned in China. Did you know that? Did you know that? But it's owned by China, but they won't put this ingredient in their own pork. But you notice the hogs was the way of life back then, and people were living until 80 and 90 and 100 years old, living off of pork. But your pork is killing 40 and 50-year-olds. Did you notice that? Do you notice that? Let's continue.
Made butter from the milk. Most of the school clothes, my auntie made them. The pants, the shirts, and all. It just wasn't no money.
The Reverend Olton Scott's parents rented land from Mary Willis, which was just a few miles from the Smiths. The Scotts were a family of 10, the parents and 8 children. 2 other black families lived on the estate. The landowner's husband was dead, and she relied heavily on the Scotts to help manage her fields and farm animals. The Scotts fared better with their finances than the Smiths and were able to stash away some money. Several other black families lived on the nearby Emile Marchieve property.
The Washington, the Allen, the Temple, the Johnson, all of us grew up in that same neighborhood. And growing up in that same neighborhood, all of our parents was farmers.
Steve Williams Sr. was able to buy land in 1918. His sons and grandchildren lived on his property about 10 miles from the Smiths. The Williams had to work as hard as everyone else to keep food on the table.
I can remember my mother sending us to pick blackberries.
Now, I would be remiss. These people are one generation away from slavery. Why are there so many light-skinned people? Because of the depravity of the slave master. These slaves came straight out of Africa. Why are all of these light, bright, or nearly white people on this picture? Because of the depravity of the slave master. Remember, they saw slaves as not even full human beings. Well, why were they copulating with these people who they didn't consider to be human? So that tells you the depravity of people who are non-black.
Everyone else to keep food on the table.
But they want you to think that your culture, they want to talk about black culture being criminal and ignore the criminality and the depravity of their own culture. But I want you to know, I'm showing you this to show you what black culture came from and what black culture did.
I can remember my mother sending us to pick blackberries. She was sitting canned blackberries for weeks at a time, batch after batch after batch. There'd be hundreds of jars of blackberries, of peaches, of tomatoes, of okra, of butterbean. That stuff was put in jars, preserved and set back. So you could go and get that whenever you needed something. You get a quart of blackberries and some flour dough dumplings, and you had a good meal. You wasn't hungry, then you liked it. And believe it or not, she could order chickens through the mail. They would come to the main post office in Woodville. It was coming from across the country. Come there, the mailman, Mr. Green, would pick those chickens up, hot weather just like it is now, put them in that truck, shade them, make sure they had water and feed, bring them, blow at the mailbox and wait till somebody come up and pick them.
Cotton had been king in West Feliciana Parish before the Civil War. Planters had gathered as much as 40,000 bales a year. But by 1865, the year the war ended, West Feliciana farmers harvested only about 800 bales of cotton. As the 1870s progressed, it was evident that the profits from cotton would never return to pre-war levels. Cotton was selling at high prices right after the war, but most farmers had skimpy crops because of overuse of soil, too much rain, and infestations of worms. Some landowners also suffered labor shortages. By 1910, experts were urging West Feliciana farmers to burn their cotton crops to get rid of destructive boll weevils. The insects ravaged many fields, eating buds and flowers before the plants had a chance to produce cotton. With low income for the plantation owners and even less for the workers, some black men made extra money by helping to harvest sugarcane. It was a popular crop just across the Mississippi River in Point Coupee Parish and further downriver.
After they finish up with their crops around last of October, then they would go to the cane farm and they would cut cane until Christmas. Usually the cane harvest would be done by Christmas. And if they could find something to do during the winter months, they would do it, but it wasn't that much to do.
With all of the sweat and occasionally tears that black people shed, there was one constant in their lives: Sunday morning church services. Even before they had church buildings, the slaves had learned to worship God through prayer and song. Just about every plantation supplied workers with a place to worship. Church services were packed, and music was an integral part of the experience.
There's nothing else to rely on. We have to do something to relieve pressure and pain and tension. And we sang. Many of the songs, praise songs and whatnot, they come directly from the Bible. The book of Psalms, Proverbs, Song of Solomon, those are songs. The entire book of Psalms is a song. And we sing many of those songs. I will lift my eyes unto the hills, total praise. That just makes it more meaningful, and you can really get into it. You kind of express yourself. Other ones that you'll hear every now and then: guide me, O thou great Jehovah. It's a neat guidance.
They were work songs, message songs. That was their newspaper also.
Every time I feel the Spirit moving in my heart, I will pray. Yes, every time I feel the Spirit moving in my heart, I will pray. Upon the mountain.
While earning a living was very tough for blacks, things were looking up on another front. 2.5 decades after the end of slavery, in 1890, John Sterling Dawson arrived in West Feliciana to help educate the former slaves and their descendants. He was greeted at the train.
Help educate? A 19-year-old was educating, an educator? How did that work out?
Train station by a train conductor, who was also the postmaster for the Laurel Hill community. Charles H. Argue, a man only identified as John Jones, was traveling with Argue. Argue lived within a couple of miles of where Dawson would begin teaching in Laurel Hill. The 19-year-old Dawson proved to be smart, wise, and dedicated far beyond his years.
He came to our church to ask the pastor and the deacons could he set up a school in the church. And they said, yeah.
They said that they had about 125 kids and only about 20 could read. You have a tremendous task there. But he was smart enough to know since he couldn't do it, he had to develop what he called a grade A class, students who learn a little faster, and he got them to help him to teach the other kids. He must have been a genius, really.
Within a couple of years of John Dawson's arrival in West Feliciana, 3 white men, Vincent Jackson, Vincent Walsh, and Sidney Howard Lemon, put up land to build a school for blacks. Black men in the community hewed the lumber, led by carpenters Andrew Bowers and Huey Dillon.
We used to go walk to Laurel Hill School, and then they built Polk School. Polk School and Laurel Hill were the only 2 schools that were built just for school. The rest of them were in churches, and the school come out of the church. Solitude the same way. They built the school, but that was way later year.
It's unclear how much education Dawson had upon arriving in the community of Laurel Hill. He, however, earned 3 college degrees while there. A degree from Natchez College in 1903, one from Southern University in 1924, and one from Leland College in 1936.
Now, I looked at a map, and Natchez is about 90 miles from this part of Louisiana, Natchez, Mississippi. Southern University is about 60 miles from there. So they're going to later tell you that they used to have shuttle buses that took the students to these colleges. So while he was educating these children of slaves and sharecroppers, he was also furthering his own education.
The professor, as he was called, was able to quickly determine which students had reached a level where they could teach others the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic. He then sent his protégés to other locations to teach so they could reach every corner of the parish.
John Dawson was the reason for all this. He went to Hickory Grove, Bishop most all the churches, Chevrolet Valley, setting up schools because black didn't have cars, and you had to put a church or a school every 5 miles so we could walk to school.
When we came home from school during the farm time, we had to go in the field. And many times we had to go in the field in the morning before we go to school in order to put down fertilizer around corn or something so Daddy could plow all day.
Many students missed days and weeks of school at a time because of planting and harvesting seasons. Nonetheless,
let me tell you something. If I have not heard these stories time and time and time and time and time and time and time again, I was already aware of this phenomenon because this was taught to me from my fathers, my uncles, my mothers, their cousins. When they used to talk about their way of life growing up in the deep South, in the rural South, these were stories that they would tell. My mother in particular would talk about the long walk to school that was in the church. They had to walk uphill both ways in the snow to get to the church, the same church that I got familiar with. The exact same church with the same wooden floors and all of that. Yes, I remember going to that church often throughout my lifetime, and I remember them building a new church, the new church where my grandmother had her funeral. Yes, the same church. I'm very familiar with these stories. I'm very familiar with the stories about the boys having, well, it was more boys. It was only one boy on my mother's side. It was more boys on my father's side. So them having to go to the fields before school and after school. I'm very familiar with these stories. Now, there is another thing that my father and his brothers would do as adults. All of my young life as adults. At harvest time, we were always going down to the South because my grandfather, for some reason, who grew a lot of potatoes, he grew a lot of potatoes for a certain reason. So at harvest time, there was always a mecca from the Midwest at harvest time to help my grandfathers build potatoes. As long as I can remember, we grew up that way. That's how we grew up. And then after they harvest their potatoes, and then a couple of days later, all of the men folks would be hanging out around the tree, all jovial and happy, and pockets full of money. You had to make your money. You had to get by how you could, and moonshine got a lot of people by, and ingenuity got a lot of people by. I'm just saying.
within a few years, every school-aged child in West Feliciana Parish had learned to read and write, add and subtract. Some of Dawson's early students proved skillful at advanced math.
When I finished elementary school in St. Francisville, I went to Woodville to work at the sawmill. And I worked at the sawmill up there for a couple of years before I came to Southern University. And I was running the company, shipping lumber and everything.
Now, I really want you to pay attention to this part, this story, this man's story.
And I wouldn't get paid for it. The white shipping clerk was getting paid for it, but he was always sending more lumber than was necessary. And so
the white clerk didn't know what he was doing. He was getting paid to be the shipping clerk, but he didn't know what he was doing. So who was doing the job properly? And oh God,
ho ho ho, Bob.
Who was doing the job properly and correctly? This man, but he wasn't getting paid for it.
Up there for a couple of years.
Proved skillful at advanced math.
When I finished elementary school in St. Francisville, I went to Woodville to work at the sawmill. And I worked at the sawmill up there for a couple of years before I came to Southern University. And I was running the company, shipping lumber and everything. And I wouldn't get paid for it. The white shipping clerk was getting paid for it, but he was always sending more lumber than was necessary. And so I would figure the lumber out. Mr. Huggins, that's who superintendent of that sawmill at that time. It was a Ransom Lumber Company. He would take the shipping clerk away just to let me run the company. And so my daddy came up there, Woodville, Mississippi.
So he would take the shipping clerk away, but he wouldn't give you the shipping clerk's job or pay. He would get him out of the way so he wasn't buying too much lumber, but he would not pay the man who ensured that he didn't have to buy too much lumber. He would just take the shipping clerk, go on uptown and busy yourself doing something else, as he had the black man actually doing the job well for him, but wouldn't give him the job or pay him the price that he was paying the motherfucker that he was paying to stay away from the shipping mill. I just want you to be clear on that. While they talk about DEI and people not being qualified for jobs that they get, they qualify for jobs that they don't get. That's why I want you to pay attention. And all of these arguments about DEI, this is their nature. This is their culture of trying to say that black people are not qualified for jobs that they are incapable of doing themselves. And when they find a black person who is qualified for the job, they want to underpay them. And they want to hire them in lower positions and have them to do the job of the person who they are paying to do the actual job. That's their culture. This is why I want you to understand. I want you to understand what black culture is, what black culture had to endure. Okay, but we're not done.
And so that I was shipping all the lumber and went out into town, and everybody was talking about the little black boy. They wasn't calling me by that name then, but down there shipping lumber. And say he keeps a sharp pencil. Meant that I figured out exactly what they owed.
That's when Johnny Jones's father picked him up from Woodville and took him to Southern University. He would eventually get a law degree and become one of the leading civil rights attorneys in Louisiana. 14 years after John Sterling Dawson arrived in West Feliciana Parish, a black landowner, Henry Polk, donated land for the construction of an even larger school for black children. By the time Polk died in 1905, his will showed that he had somehow accumulated almost 1,000 acres of land. A decade after Polk died, one of the founders of Sears and Roebuck, Julius Rosenwald, and the great black educator Booker T. Washington got into the business of helping to build schools for young blacks. The Polk-Rosenwald School opened in the 1920s with the help of Polk's land, and Rosen family continued to work the property owned by Douglas Hampton, until Sally Smith's sister offered them an opportunity they could not resist.
My dad would say I wasn't born. He could have had the whole place, 800 and some acres, for $6,000. And Mr. Fugler told him whatever he could afford to pay. He didn't have no special note. Everything was paid on farm time. Wasn't no money. My dad was scared to take the chance. So my auntie, Amelia Brown, went to California, San Francisco. She started working, and she was making a little money. And in 1938, my daddy bought this place, 162 acres, for $6,000. My auntie in California helped from 32 to 38. He could have had 800 acres for $6,000. Now I got 162 for $6,000.
Once the Smiths were able to purchase their own land, they began to accumulate things.
We didn't have nothing, but we lived good, happy, bought land, cars, brand new trucks. We did good with a little.
In 1951, the state of Louisiana and the parish of West Feliciana.
But there, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you about what is important about this. What is important about this? Families stuck together. Families work together. Not like the families of today, who are competing with each other, who don't even know each other, who don't even support each other, who don't even speak to each other. Families were different back then, because they knew if they kind of like people want to laugh about all of the Mexicans who live in one house, but what you do know is they are thriving. And when they move out of the one house that they're moving into, they're purchasing their own property. But see, that is something that is lost on this new generation, as everybody is competing for crumbs. You look over at the beef sector, everybody is competing for crumbs and running plays and telling lies and having fake illnesses and having fake surgeries while still in the chatting, while is able to drop down in chat when there's someone who is cash apping large sums of money to anyone who asks. Do you notice that? That are telling you lies about the things that they are doing for their family while begging you for $5 smoothies and dumb shit. Everything is a motherfucking game. Too much shit is a game. Too much shit is a game. While everybody is wallowing in the mud for pennies, to try to say how rich and important they are. 2026 is about to come in. Now, I don't know who may need to do it, but it is time to find your real family, because unfortunately, for a lot of people, you're not going to be able to make it being a lone star, a shooting star. A lot of people, if it's not your real family, some of you may not be able to trust your real families, because I see the character of people who are out here today, and I would hate for you to have to depend on strangers. So you people better get a solid tribe and understand who they really can depend on. Because some of this trash out here are family members. I wouldn't even have them darken my doorway. Some of these people. So let's continue.
Louisiana built the first school large enough to accommodate black high school students. John Sterling Dawson died that same year. The new school was named John S. Dawson High in his honor. By then, he had taught for 58 years, and he had raised all four of his children to become educators. Both of his sons, John Dawson Jr. and Thomas, would serve as principals in the parish schools. Dawson High closed in 1969 because of integration, but by then, the Dawsons had instilled a culture within the black community that strongly embraced education. Dawson High closed in 1969 because of integration, but by then, the Dawsons had instilled a culture within the black community that strongly embraced education.
A culture within the black community that strongly embraced education. But they try to write that out of the history books. They want you to believe that a black culture is something that is derelict. They want you to believe that black culture is derelict. Why do you think that they are taking black history out of the books in the schools? And some of you people buy this dumb shit. Because unfortunately, I guess some of you people come from dumb stock. Unfortunately, that is true. But I am here to let you know that black culture was founded on excellency and education. If you don't know now, you know, and hard work and having your own. That's what black culture is. Since people are unclear about what black culture is, let me tell you what black culture is. Uh, so I can remind some people exactly what black culture is. Because had not it been for this black culture, you wouldn't be here today. Now, we see when the prominence of black culture is reported out by the media, movies, and you ignorance on the internet who have the whole world at your fingertip, and all you can do is wallow in ignorance. That they think that they can hoodwink you into believing that every black person and black culture is you. You're not our culture. You're our clowns. And you see when they prop up all of this coonery and clowning, what has happened in the United States in this year alone? All of the gains that our ancestors have fought for, have studied for, have worked for, have been clawed back by this derelict, deviant administration. Because you don't stand in your culture. You want to stand on ignorance and bullshit. Let's continue.
African American students in West Feliciana Parish outperformed their peers across the state and indeed across the nation in many categories.
That strongly embraced education.
African American students in West Feliciana Parish outperformed their peers across the state and indeed across the nation in many categories. And much of that is due to the priority of education in the culture of West Feliciana Parish that crosses all.
So, are we clear? They outperformed their peers of all races and across the nation. Okay, this is our culture.
Racial lines, it crosses all economic lines.
It crosses all racial and economic lines, outperforming our peers in education. But too many of us want to be educated and astute in bullshit.
Benson Smith's father, Nathaniel, was one of John Dawson's students. That may have been why the older Smith was adamant about making sure that all of his children got a good education. They also, however, had to keep up with work on the farm, especially since they had broken ties with the old plantation owner. The Smiths were forced to stop raising cotton when the local gin went out of business in 1957, probably because of fewer growers and low crop yields. It almost appeared as if divine intervention had taken over. Another crop had gained popularity in West Feliciana Parish: sweet potatoes. The Truitt family of Princeville, Illinois were in the canning business, preserving vegetables in cans for market. Most of the vegetables were available for harvest and then canning from mid to late summer. The Truitts wanted a product that would take their work well into the fall and winter.
My father, Jordan Truitt, and grandfather came down to Louisiana and went initially to LSU and made contact with Dr. Julian Miller. They sent him up to Harry Daniel in West Feliciana Parish.
That was in the mid to late 1930s, around the same time that LSU researcher Dr. Julian C. Miller was perfecting the highly desirable Puerto Rican potato. The large-scale farmer, Harry Daniel, was following Miller's progress and adjusting his crops based on Miller's discoveries. Dr. Miller had traveled globally to learn more about the vegetable, and he had tested and retested products and methods before achieving success.
Some of their labels were advertised the fact they were Puerto Rican varieties. They tasted really good, but there are other factors that go into the decision about what variety to use. The grower, of course, is interested in yield, and the more pounds per acre or tons per acre, the better. But also the canning process wanted a potato that would not break down, which would be firm. And so varieties evolve.
The Truitts were so smitten with the Puerto Rican potatoes that they started having them shipped from Louisiana to Princeville, Illinois, not far from Peoria. But the shipping process had serious flaws.
There was no such thing as refrigerated rail cars, and so they would have a layer of sweet potatoes and then a layer of dry ice. In those days, even a lickety-split rail train would take 3 or 4 days to get to Illinois, so there'd be considerable product loss. Initially, they tried to grow sweet potatoes in Illinois to prevent the freight cost and the raw product loss, but there was a limit on the availability of seed vines for sweet potatoes. And so they ultimately decided, well, we should probably just build a plant in Louisiana. So they built a plant here in St. Francis Mill.
The decision by the Truitts to build in Louisiana would prove to be quite beneficial to the entire parish, which was struggling after the decline of the cotton industry. Princeville opened its St. Francisville plant in 1945.
They branded the product, the Royal Prince brand and the Prince Vella brand and also the Jack-o'-lantern brand. And they had a network of brokers all over the country, Southern California, Philadelphia, Chicago, New York, et cetera, et cetera. And it exploded, actually. It's difficult these days to think that a canned product would do so well, but it really did. And this was the 1930s and early 1940s. The demand grew, and as the demand grew, the acreage required to grow sweet potatoes grew as well.
As the demand for sweet potatoes grew rapidly across the country, the need for more product increased, and the need for farmers increased.
There was a ready workforce because there wasn't a lot of employment in the region at all. People were eager to find steady jobs. Over time, about half of the workers came from West Feliciana Parish, but other workers came from the Woodville area, Wilkinson County. Some came even from New Roads. Many came from East Feliciana as well. And in the beginning, those that did not have transportation, we had buses to go pick up the workers and bring them to work.
I went to work at Princeville Canning Company in 1964. I was putting the potatoes in the can and put them on the run. Some people came in their cars and truck and all, coming from all directions. That was probably the biggest job in St. Francisville.
My mother worked at Princeville, and we sold potatoes to Princeville, and that's how we made it. She was making that little money, whatever, 50 cents an hour, but back then, it was good money.
They were happy to have a paycheck. I was happy to have a paycheck too. I used to work summer in the canning factory, and I did lots of jobs from the receiving area to loading the rail cars and whatnot, and I always worked alongside other workers. So I interacted directly as a young person with these seasoned employees that were thrilled to death to have jobs, and they worked hard.
The plant generally operated from midsummer well into winter. Workers not only canned sweet potatoes, they also made a German potato salad for national distribution. There was quite a process from offloading the raw potatoes at the plant to shipping the canned product off to market. Fortunately for the local people, a lot of manpower was required.
The trucks were manually offloaded, and then they were put on pallets, and forklifts carried the pallets to the entry place of the plant, and the potatoes were dumped into a series of processes that would eliminate the peel from the potato. Initially, it went into a caustic soda bath. Caustic soda is a basic ingredient. The pH is high. And then it would go into a steam bath. Sprays would knock the peel off. And then the potatoes would go down a broad line. And workers would inspect the potatoes for color and size. And there were cans positioned above the lines on a conveyor belt. And they would fill the cans by hand, depending on color and size. And then the cans would be conveyed to a sealing machine, which would seal the cans. And then they would go into a retort basket, and they would be filled. And they were vertical retorts up and down. The potatoes would be cooked in the retort, and then they would be unloaded. Those were pretty much done by hand, but they were also scraped off and then put into the warehouse when it was time for labeling. Demand would emerge from the marketplace, and then they would be boxed and put on the rail car and shipped to the market. There was a rail spur, Illinois Central. It went all the way down to Princeville Canning Company. It went up through Bayou Sara, and then it connected with the major Illinois Central line.
With the processing running smoothly, the Truitts were able to hire additional workers.
But it ultimately grew to about 850 workers over 2 shifts.
The owners of the factory began to see their workers becoming more independent in many ways.
You could observe the evolution of wealth from individual families, automobiles, houses, land, and so forth and so on. I mean, it was visible, and it really triggered the local economy. What you see today is a thriving economy, but it had its beginning really back in those days because it was dirt poor.
My husband was working construction work in Baton Rouge. I went to work at Princeville. We was raising sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes. We had to work real hard to get what we got. We was able to save our money and bought the land and built the house.
More people bought land, built houses, bought trucks and cars since Princeville come. You pick cotton the whole week, and you came to the gym, you make $160, something like that. Sweet potato, you make that every day. But it's a seasonal thing, just like cotton.
As the demand for more canned potatoes increased, the Truitts discovered they needed to become farmers too. The market was demanding more sweet potatoes than the local farmers could produce, and Princeville had the capacity to can far more sweet potatoes than were coming in. So they established a farming operation as well.
The son of Harry Daniel was Ed Daniel, and my father and Ed Daniel became partners in the farming operation. Ultimately, it took 4,000 to 5,000 acres of sweet potatoes, and Daniel and Truitt Farming grew about 1,000 acres of sweet potatoes, and the rest came from nearby growers.
I went to work for Princeville when we finished setting out potatoes or when we finished digging potatoes. I couldn't go when it's time for me to be in my field or my daddy's field. Princeville was the only place that hired black. They had blacks working in the fields year round, and they had the women coming to the factory from August till December.
I enjoyed it. It was big time farming. I was a tractor driver most of the time, but I was also riding horses, handling cattle.
Daniel and Truitt relied heavily on hired hands, and many of the field workers received checks for their labor for the first time.
For the most part, people just had to be willing to work, which they were eager to do. I mean, it wasn't hard to convince somebody to work hard in those days.
The men scouted the parish to find land that was not overgrown and could easily be turned into farmland. One of the places that Jordan Truitt, the newcomer from Illinois, looked at was the land surrounding the Rosedown plantation.
I remember coming out here with my dad and visiting there. It was nothing like it is now. They were probably interested in anybody that was interested in this place. This place was a wreck at that time, and they really had no idea what to do with the home. And I'm sure the gardens were a part of that. My mother told my wife that they almost bought a plantation. It wound up in the right hands. The Underwoods did a magnificent job with this whole place.
While farming was big in West Feliciana, there was another industry that was perhaps as old as farming, running sawmills. The need for lumber was steady as more people from other states and countries settled in West Feliciana and needed homes. There were 3 sawmills in the parish for much of the 1900s. There was one near Woodville, Mississippi, one in the community of Hardwood near St. Francisville, and another in Tunica, a few miles from the Angola State Penitentiary.
A gentleman from Colorado had bought that property and started a little small mill there, and that was early 20s, I think. About 1925, they moved the operation up to Tunica, built a much larger mill. It's called Tunica Hardwood Lumber Company. It began operation up there about 1925. It was a steam-operated boiler room. I guess at its height, I would say there were over 100 employees there. It was a very large operation. 95.
Now, paper mills. Paper mills were a big thing. I'll see you later, Bush baby. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate your support. Paper mills were a big thing in the South.
% were probably African American.
Logs that were to be sliced into lumber were often shipped on barges down the Mississippi River.
The log trucks would go down to the river. Some of the drivers were African American of the log trucks, and then they had workers at the river itself because the barges came in and there was a drag line that loaded the logs onto the trucks, and workers had to be there to make sure the logs were stacked properly and then chained up so that they would stay on the truck, and then they brought them up to the mill.
Every log that went through the sawmill had to go through the hands of several people before it became timber ready for sale.
The log is loaded on what is called the carriage. It's the entire tree after the limbs and everything are cut off. And then there's a saw that the sawyer operates this machine, the carriage, and it runs back and forth, sawing the log into pieces of lumber. And then it goes to what they call the resaw, which sort of trims it up. And then they had an edger, which also did a little more trimming. And then it went out on what they called the green chain. There was a lumber inspector there, and they had to grade the lumber.
Look at all of this lumber. Look at all of this manual labor. But black people are lazy. I believe that. Believe that as they use this black labor to enrich the white people who had money to create these business from the wealth that they got off of the backs of slaves. And they want you to believe that black people are lazy, but they always found a way to make a healthy dollar off of the labor of black people. Let's continue.
Based on the quality of what was coming out of there. Then it left the green chain, and then that's when it was taken out and stacked on the yard for it to be air dried.
Mike Clark's father, Monroe Clark, was a manager at the sawmill. Clark says that black and white workers were often segregated, but their living conditions were very similar. Operators of sawmills had a pattern of building small shotgun houses with 3 or 4 rooms for all of their workers and their families.
Almost all of them were just little shotgun houses, basically, with the ones we lived in had the tar paper siding. Kind of looked like brick, but it was artificial tar paper, pretty much the same. And what they call the quarters. The wages were low, but of course, cost of living was lower, and being able to have housing was really a big thing.
During the 1800s and early 1900s, sawmill operators would pack up and move their equipment with workers to different sites once they used up the timber supply in a particular area. The hardwood sawmill had done just that.
When King Edward had hardwood, where it was Tall Bennett first, come from Grenada, Mississippi, and they brought all their workers with them. And they hired a few from West Feliciana, but all those people come in here with the sawmill. And they built some of the shotgun houses right next to one another. They didn't pay no rent, no electric bill. The company paid everything because they didn't make much, but they didn't have no expense.
It was dirty, streets was bad, the houses was bad, and everything. It just was bad.
Had their own big store out there on the road. That's the way they made it. Because they could go to the hole and get money.
Going to the hole meant getting items on credit or borrowing money at the store. By payday.
Sounds familiar? Does it sound familiar? That sounds like going back to the sharecropping ways, and we're going to bring our workers with us. Does that sound familiar? Like they had the slaves walking over 900 miles. You see, a one-trick pony. The oppressor is. They paid them little wages, but they could live freely in these shotgun houses. If you're not familiar with a shotgun house is you can take a shotgun and you can shoot a bullet through a door, and that bullet will travel through every room in the house, because every room is one room is behind the next room, and it will shoot all the way through the house, and it will go through every room in the house. That's the meaning of a shotgun house, if you don't know.
Some workers didn't have much of a check left because they owed money to the store, which had a partnership with a paper mill. The neighborhood was known for its rowdy juke joint. The blues played loudly and the crowds danced with rhythm and joy just about every Friday.
The juke joint. Sister, you've been on my mind.
And Saturday night.
A lot of it's entertainment. They had to do stuff to entertain ourselves. When they go to clubs and whatnot, it was for entertainment, just to do something different. That's okay.
Guys around loose at my house. You only come out when I'm not at home. I got no rat loose in my house. You only come out when I'm gone.
The sawmill in Hardwood shut down in the late 1970s. Around the same time, the federal government went in and replaced the 3-room shanties with sawmill shut down. The national papermaker Crown Zellerback was in full operation. In the late 1950s, the company had constructed a huge $31 million plant in West Feliciana on the banks of the Mississippi River. The plant hired hundreds of workers when it opened in 1959, and many of them were African Americans.
People were able to get off the farm and go there and get a job. It was hard labor. but they felt it was getting paid great, and they were compared to what anybody else was paying, and most time what they could make on the farm.
Reverend Alton Scott's father, Willie Bennett Scott, was one of the...
Okay, so here comes the come up. Here comes the come up. People are able to have and do jobs. They pay people decent wages. And finally, these people were able to gain enough to buy more land for themselves, buy homes for themselves, live the middle class lifestyle. They weren't bringing people from other countries and allowing the owners of these companies to undercut your labor by hiring undocumented people in here to do your jobs, to do any jobs. They made sure that the American workers had jobs. The American workers who had proved themselves to be hard workers. But they want you to believe that black culture is lazy. Let's continue.
The first black men hired at the paper mill. That job allowed him to add on to the property his wife had inherited from her father, Henry Dunbar. The family went on to build a home on the property. Reverend Scott and other family members still live on that property today. As time went by, blacks discovered that Crown Zellerback had stopped hiring people from West Feliciana Parish, but the plant was hiring from neighboring parishes.
The civil rights movement was taking off. A guy, Ronnie Moe, was kind of heading the civil rights movement.
Let's get into this. Let's get into what happened when they saw black people registering to vote. Let's understand whose culture is what. Let's get into this.
The black people in that parish, they was talking to these people at the paper mill. Why are you not hiring these people? I taken the test, told me I failed the test, and everybody used from that parish, the answer we was getting, well, they didn't pass the test. Well, I got real curious, and some other people said, well, look, I think I passed the test. If I went out my test, they would just told me, no, you can't have it. Ronnie Moe knew enough to know with your operation, you can't hide this kind of stuff. If they didn't pass the test, then we won't see it. But I heard already what was going on. These big farmers was telling them, look, we don't mind you operating here, but you can't hire our labor out of this parish. And they didn't. So when it kind of put the pressure on them and started asking questions, they hired a guy, Evan White, then they hired me. But right behind that was a whole bunch of people from that parish, like Alton Scott, Willie Stevens, Edward Sterner. Now, they were doing extension. They needed plenty of labor, but they were also putting in the labor, but they wasn't coming out of that parish.
Hamp Williams was the second black man promoted to foreman at the paper mill. He says the skills he learned working in the fields, frequently for other people, gave him a major advantage.
But Uncle Lot and Ed Daniel was my idol. Those were people I watched.
The international conglomerate Timbeck bought the Crown Zellerback plant in 2001 and kept it operating until 2007. Hamp Williams was the last person working in the ground wood department when Timbeck shut it down. He had worked at the paper mill for 40 years. Williams says he never had a problem as a union worker or a manager.
I thought I was as good as anybody who walked the planet, and I'm equal. I was treated that way. I treated everybody else that way. So I never had an instance in supervision where I had a problem with race or color.
The mill underwent some instability until Hood Containers purchased it in 2015 and committed to plowing more than $100 million into overhauling the plant. A few years earlier, Princeville Canning Company had merged with Joan of Arc before being bought out by a Belgian company. The canning company eventually shut down. Peter Truitt says the lay of the land in West Feliciana Parish was not ideal for the huge equipment that makes farming easier, requiring less manual labor.
For the most part, the farms were small plots of sweet potatoes, and the harvesters in those days and in the current days are more efficient with large fields. And eventually, the larger farms displaced the smaller farms because it was more efficient for the harvesters.
There was another source of work in West Feliciana Parish. The Louisiana State Prison at Angola began housing prisoners in 1901. Workers were needed to oversee the inmates at the second largest high security facility in the United States. Angola did not start hiring African Americans until the late 1960s. The prison has a capacity to house roughly 5,000 inmates, but the population has sometimes exceeded 6,000. It has also dropped far below 5,000. It's estimated that at least 1,800 employees are needed to meet the basic security needs of the prison when it reaches full capacity. The state has had major issues with funding and staffing the prison ever since it opened. Published reports reveal that between the 1940s and 1970s, guards supervised inmates, and some of those inmates carried rifles and tried to oversee other inmates. The result was an atmosphere engulfed in rapes, stabbings, and murders. Longtime prison reporters and inmates Billy Sinclair and Wilbur Rito reported that as many as 3,000 inmates died at Angola over a period of 3 decades because of inadequate care and supervision. By the mid-1970s, the federal court stepped in and demanded improvements. Today, a large percentage of the prison's workforce is now black and female. As the nation entered the 1960s, friction mounted between blacks and whites in West Feliciana over voting rights. Excluding inmates at Angola, the 1960 census counted about 7,000 black people in West Feliciana compared to about 4,000 whites. Blacks had a clear majority, and one.
So they had 7,000 black people and 4,000 white people. So do you think that they just easily let these black people have the vote? Mm-mm. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Let's get into the culture. Let's talk about culture. And we will see all throughout everything that you have seen how black people had to overcome enormous obstacles, including to be able to vote. You know, the shit that a lot of people take for granted, that they don't even bother to get up off of their welfare receiving ads to do. Let's talk about voting.
To flex their voting strength. But whites had almost all the land and the money. Civil rights activist Ronnie Moore says the St. Francisville area was one of the last parts of Louisiana that tried to deny blacks the right to vote. The situation was so intense that the nation's most prominent black magazine, Ebony, shared the story with the rest of the nation. Bob Appleman captured an image of a gun-toting minister guarding his home. The Reverend Joe Carter led the successful campaign to ensure blacks could vote, becoming the first black man in the parish to register after several failed attempts.
When the parish started moving towards civil rights and the right to vote, a lot of black was living on the plantation. And because the black wanted to vote, they made a move off the plantation. Some was able to buy land and build a home. Some had to even leave the parish is because they couldn't afford to buy land.
One white landowner evicted Ernest and Susie Morgan and their children after the Morgans registered to vote. Vincent Smith recalls the story Susie Morgan told his mother about her husband, Ernest.
When Mr. Fred Jackson saw Ernest Morgan at the courthouse, October 17, 1963, he told her they had to move. And that's when Miss Susie told Mama, Mr. Ernest hardly cried. But see, that was the best thing ever happened to them. They went right to Solitude and bought their own house and land.
Since then, the Morgans have built a second.
This was 1963. This was 1963. 62 years ago. You think that this was so far back that they did not want you to use your right to vote? And why do you think that they are trying to take away the black vote in the United States in 2025? And why do you think that you have to re-educate these dummies that tells you that your vote doesn't matter? That they're going to do what they want. If your vote didn't matter, with this man and his 10 children been evicted off their property, but that's okay because they, unlike people who are blowing money on bullshit, they made sure that their children were educated, and they also made sure that they saved money. And when they were kicked off, it was the best thing that happened to them because they went right forward and bought their own house, bought their own land, and built a house on it. But that is lost on so many of us. See, this is what Black culture is. And so when you talk to Ronnie Q, you can't tell me no bullshit that these non-Black people try to say Black culture is this dumb shit that is circulating around via the news media and ignorance on the internet and script writers for Hollywood. You cannot tell me that this is Black culture because I already know what Black culture is. So I want, you notice I have no drop-ins now. You notice I have no drop-ins talking dumb shit today. Because I'm letting you know what real Black culture is. So as many people who try to come up and tell you that Black culture is this and Black culture is that, no, this is Black culture.
House on their own property, and most of the Morgan.
But see, that was the best thing ever happened to them. They went right to Solitude and bought their own house and land.
Since then, the Morgans have built a second house on their own property, and most of the Morgan children went to college and all lead successful, independent lives.
Most of the Black churches were either on rented or leased property or donated by Caucasian family who had more resources than they did. They even providing cemeteries and whatnot. Some people probably didn't come out boldly and speak their views as far as the civil rights movement. Out of fear, you were very cautious and careful in what you said and did because you want to try to keep what you had. You didn't want to make matters worse.
Many of the Blacks who grew up in the St. Francisville area during and after the John S. Dawson era went off to college and got great jobs. They benefited greatly from the community being less than 50 miles from Southern University. And there was train service between St. Francisville and Baton Rouge in the early years.
Southern was everything. That's the only Black college that's close right there in Baton Rouge.
Whatever you need came out of Dawson. You have doctors, you have lawyers, you have judges, you have teachers, you have nurses, a secretary. It's because the kids was more focused on their education. And what could I do to better my condition?
There's a long list of success stories from Dawson High. Joseph McDonough Jr. became a judge in South Carolina. Leandre Williams received his doctorate degree and worked in some of the highest positions with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Southern University, and LSU. Fannie Williams served as a probation officer and community activist in Austin, Texas. Isaac Dixon Smith became a general in the United States Army.
He was always smart. He born smart. He finished Southern as a second lieutenant in the United States Army and went on. He made a two-star general. I had 5 sisters.
Let me tell you something. Why do you think that Pete Kegbreath has fired all of these 4-star generals and admirals in the service right now? Because they want you to believe that they did not have the merit to get there. Talking about giving positions to people who has merit. They want you to believe that we are unskilled people. We are highly educated people. The facts are that Black women have the highest amount of education of any race in the United States, any gender and race in the United States of America. But they want you to believe that we're welfare queens and twerk queens. So let me introduce you to Black culture. This is nothing new. So the next time some ignorant try to tell you that our culture is this, that, and the other, all these derogatory things, I want you to understand that you would not be here had our culture not been what it has been since slavery. This is our culture. Our culture got us here. And so this is not the time to let up on what real Black culture is. And this is not the time for you coon ass Negroes who want to say that 45, 47 was somebody who had good economic policy when he was running for president, but have nothing to say since he has ruined the whole United States. And now you want to be quiet. And now you want to go back to talking about dumb shit in the beef sector. No, this is not the time, motherfucker. Where's your voices now? Where are your voices now? I understand that everyone from Louisiana didn't come from success and they hauled ass to join the military to get out of living with their I understand that a lot of people were thrown away from their parents and they wanted to get out from the influence of their there's always bad apples in every bunch, but you do not denote what Black culture is. You are a product of your environment, and nobody is impressed by this simple shit that you do, that you try to make yourself above anyone else. Because, see, understand, some of us come from this type of Black culture, and what you're doing is what you're supposed to be doing. You get no accolades for the shit that you're supposed to be doing. You get no accolades for pretending like you went to college, but you have no college life experience that has been told in the beef sector, but everybody's going as if you are college educated. No, you're military educated. You got military experience, not college educated. You're military educated. So you get no accolade for doing what you're supposed to do. And that is what Black culture is about as well. Let's continue.
And all of them were born right here and worked in the field, finished high school, and went to Southern University.
The Scotts also excelled in their professions.
Milton went in accounting.
Milton Scott finished college at Southern University with the highest grade point average in his class. He then went on to work for the Fortune 500 company, Arthur Andersen, which supplied accountants for companies on an international scale. Milton then went to Dynergy, a power company based in Houston, before becoming the co-founder of a company called Complete Energy Holdings.
Elvin died very young, but he was in real estate and he was doing very well.
Elvin had already racked up millions of dollars in sales of homes in the Glen Oaks and Park Forest neighborhoods in Baton Rouge before starting his own real estate company. He was a licensed real estate broker.
Boys went to business school. My brother Calvin, he went to service, auto mechanic. My brother Willie, he worked at the mill.
Willie continued his education and earned a master's degree. By then, however, the benefits of staying at the paper mill exceeded changing careers. Reverend Scott got a doctorate degree in theology and has been pastor of St. Peter Baptist Church in West Feliciana Parish for more than 2 decades. Reverend Scott also serves on many boards in the parish, including those that manage the parish hospital and the Voters League. The 2020 census revealed that West Feliciana Parish now has a population of roughly 10,500 people, about 70% of whom are white. Many young African Americans grow up, go off to college, and to careers in other cities and states.
Okay, so West Feliciana Parish was very harsh for Black people. But you notice who never left? You notice who never had to leave because they got their wealth off the back of these Black people who life was very harsh on, and who once they got their education went to other states to work. And now West Feliciana has more white people than Black people. Remember, there were 3-to-1 Black slaves when we first started this story. So, through all of this, all of the labor, all of the wealth that was created off of Black bodies, there are now more white people in West Feliciana Parish. Because the Black people had to move on once they were educated enough to go out and didn't have all of this free labor wealth to sit back on in West Feliciana Parish. So what's going on in West Feliciana Parish now?
At the same time, many whites
70% of whom are white. Many young African Americans grow up, go off to college, and to careers in other cities and states. At the same time, many whites, especially those with children, are flocking to the parish, and with good reason.
We have the lowest crime rates in the state, the lowest unemployment rates in the state, one of the best school systems in the state. Depending on how you look at it, we could be number one, number two, and it's always been traditionally right there, is holding strong.
There is, however, pushback over a recent ordinance that seeks to limit the number of houses that can be built in the parish. The apparent goal is to have no more than one house on almost 2 acres of land in most areas. Reverend Scott says the rules are harmful to poor people, mostly blacks, who have smaller plots.
Say what now? Say what now? Oh, they're trying to make it harder on who again? After they have flourished under slave labor, under Jim Crow laws and labor. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Let's continue.
Difficult for my people to be able to build houses because we don't have the land. You have 3 children. You have 3 acres of land. And the way that thing is drawn up, I'm almost sure 2 of them would be able to build a house on land. You're tied our hand. If you have 150 acres of land, that's a different thing. And we need to change our thoughts. Just because I'm okay for my children, I need to be looking out for yours too.
Parish President Kenny Habbard says the ordinance was put in place primarily to get major developers to be more responsible for water, sewer, and road services in new neighborhoods, without putting a major tax burden on people already living in the parish.
Our infrastructure.
So, people already living in the parish, people who have continued to live in the parish, they don't want a harder tax burden on them. You pay what you weigh. You pay what you weigh. If you have sat there and if your parish hasn't flourished, you have flourished. You know, the rich people don't want to pay their fair share. Let that sink in. Why should my taxes increase? But I want all of the benefits of a thriving community. But I don't want my taxes to go up.
For stress to the max. Most of our roads are 17 feet wide. We had an engineering study on them. They rated A through F, and the majority of them are F rated. We get about $111.26 per $400,000 house. To do a mile of road is about $1 million, $800,000 to $1 million. So we would have to build somewhere in the neighborhood of 7.
Did you hear that they have $400,000 houses there? Now they have $400,000 houses, but they don't want to build roads, and it's too expensive to build roads, and to pay the amount of money to build the roads, we would have to build how many houses?
1,000 houses to pay for that mile of road. 6 cents per acre tax. Most of our roads are 17 feet wide. We had an engineering study on them. They rated A through F, and the majority of them are F rated. We get about $111.26 per $400,000 house. To do a mile of road is about $1 million, $800,000 to $1 million. So we would have to build somewhere in the neighborhood of 7,000 houses to pay for that mile of road. And it just doesn't work out.
So we would have to pay $7,000 for a mile of road, and it doesn't work out. Well, why are you? So you're saying that you're going to have to build grade A roads when you just said all of the roads are grade F already? So this is his reasoning why you can, if you have 2 acres of land, you can only have one house on your land. You cannot build a house for your children. You can you have too small of a parcel of land because that means we're going to have to build more. Why are you going to build another road when there's a house already on that parcel of land? What makes you have to build another road? It's bullshit. It's a way to suppress black generational wealth. This is what it is. And who's doing this? The president of the parish. Who is doing this? I wonder how his lineage snakes throughout St. Francisville Parish. Let's continue.
Habert says the parish has major problems with some of its bridges. They've been able to repair almost 30 since he took office 5 years ago, but much more work needs to be done. He says the new ordinance does accommodate families wanting to build 5 houses on 5 acres. Habert resists the idea of grandfathering into the ordinance accommodations for African American families whose ancestors lived through slavery and sharecropping in West Feliciana.
Of course he would resist it. Of course he would resist it. He would resist grandfathering in beyond this new law that he decided to create under his administration. Of course he would not want to grandfather in the fucking people who built the whole parish, whose back that the parish stood on. Let's continue.
I don't think we should carve out any special thing for anybody. I think we should move on and quit looking back into the past.
Everyone agrees.
I think we should move on and quit looking back into the past. But the past is the thing that your future was built on. But they always want to quit looking back into the past when it comes to black families and the wealth that black families have afforded non-black people. You notice that? We should stop looking back into the past. Same old story. Now that you have $400,000 houses sitting there amongst the plantations that still sit in some parts of that state. Let's continue.
That it's now difficult for anyone to get a start in West Feliciana Parish if they don't have deep pockets.
Right back of me is White Oak subdivision.
I started
back into the past.
Everyone agrees that it's now difficult for anyone to get a start in West Feliciana Parish if they don't have deep pockets.
Right back of me is White Oak subdivision. I think the lots is selling for $65,000 a lot. I really don't know the true answer to why the land and everything went up so high.
You can throw comps kind of out the window right now because people are paying whatever it'll take to get here. There's a subdivision, it's 1 acre. It's $250,000 they're selling some of the lots for. 1 acre lots.
With property values high and still rising in West Feliciana, the older generation is convinced younger people will have to work as hard or harder than they did to reach their goals. But they also believe the opportunities exist, even if not in West Feliciana.
You have to want something out of life in order to accomplish anything out of life. 50% of success starts with you. You have to believe in self and believe that I can do this. And if you set your mind on it to do it, you get it done.
You have to know where you're going. Opportunities come. You got to be able to see it and you utilize it. And you got to realize that the world is bigger than in the back.
Okay, I just wanted to share with you guys a little bit about black culture as we go into this new year. Let's forget the past, huh? How dare you look at the past? Who would that benefit? It just doesn't work out. That's what he said. It doesn't work out for who? So that means poorer people with less land won't be able to build. Yes, that's exactly what it means. And you hear they said that it's going to be hard for someone without deep pockets to get a foothold in building a home there. Do you think that wasn't the point of them putting in that rule? Do you think that wasn't the point of black people who have plots of land, a small acreage of lands, to not allow more of their black family members to build homes in that community? Do you think that this is by design or by happenstance? So this is the culture. Now, I have made sure that I have described to you what black culture is and has always been. So all of this bullshit that they try to put out about black culture, we understand what black culture is. And in viewing this black culture from slavery through the Revolutionary War, through Jim Crow, through people finally getting a foothold and able to lift themselves up into middle class, and to the closing of jobs, we understand what black culture is and has been working hard in education. So all of the rest of the bullshit is bullshit. So, like I say, we're coming upon another year, and this new year is going to be real tough. So, is there? Let me share a couple of things that I wanted to. There is a couple of things that I definitely want to share with you. The new information that came out about 4547 and this Epstein stuff. Let me share this with you right now. If you don't know, 4547 announced a week later that he has bombed on the shores of Venezuela. Uh, he announced that. Let me share with you this breaking news that I found this morning. Um, Adam Mockler and a couple other people are reporting on this. Let me share this with you. While people continue to uphold this person, I want to share this with you.
Time to waste. As the Epstein files continue to release, we now have confirmation that Donald Trump was plucking girls out of his Mar-a-Lago spa in Palm Beach, Florida, transferring these underage girls over to Jeffrey Epstein, and then said underage girls were subsequently coerced, abused into having sex, pressured into having sex, and let's just call it what it is. They were raped. When you have rich, powerful men handpicking girls, transferring them to other girls, and then those men are abusing their wealth and power dynamics to get young girls, vulnerable girls, to have sex with them, there is no other word than rape. To make matters even worse, Donald Trump is on the record in 2003 saying Jeffrey Epstein likes to have fun and he likes them young. He said those words, that Jeffrey Epstein likes them young. So he was signaling that he had inside knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's, let's call them, activities regarding young girls in the early 2000s and late 90s in Palm Beach, Florida. That leads to this article that's titled, "The Incident That Prompted Trump to Ban Epstein from Mar-a-Lago's Spa." Before we even dig into this article, there's so much news to break down because just this morning, we got a new House ethics report that led to this headline. Quote, Matt Gaetz, former Trump Attorney General.
Now, understand that Matt Gaetz was picked to be the Attorney General before Pam Bimbo was picked. And the Congress was going to come out with a report about what they found about the investigation into Matt Gaetz. And the only way that they could squash the Congress from coming out with the information that they found is if Matt Gaetz was no longer a member of Congress. And so what did Matt Gaetz do? Matt Gaetz retired from Congress. And then 4547 pulled his nomination to be Attorney General. These are the people that 4547 had desire to put over the Department of Justice, Matt Gaetz. So what did this investigation into Matt Gaetz tell you? Let's see what it told you. Matt Gaetz, former Trump AG pick, had sex with underage girl while in Congress, House ethics report says.
girl pick, had sex with underage girl while in Congress. House Ethics Report says. This is completely separate from the Epstein case, by the way. There just happen to be two prolific cases of people very closely aligned with the Republican Party.
But does somebody want to talk to you again about Black culture? What has been the culture of a whole lot of people surrounding 45, 47? The list is long of this type of culture. I've read it off to you several different times. His spiritual advisor, a whole boatload of motherfuckers.
Sleeping with underage girls. Let's focus in on this one for just one moment.
I would be remiss if I also didn't tell you that Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said that she was talking to 45, 47 on a call when he was trying to get her to take her name off of the law that they were about to pass that made the Justice Department release all the Epstein files, and she had him on speakerphone, and her whole office heard 45, 47 says, take your name off of the report. You're going to hurt a lot of my friends. So, if Marjorie Taylor Greene is spilling the tea that a lot of 45, 47's friends will be hurt if the names come out who are in these Epstein files, and we do know that the law says that you cannot expunge anyone's names from these files to save their reputation or their jobs. But we know that Pam Bimbo and crew have been taking the names of people out while they leave Michael Jackson, Bill Clinton names in these files. We know that a lot of names have been redacted. Powerful men who 45, 47 was screaming to his top of his lungs, according to Marjorie Taylor Greene, that you have to stop this or a lot of my friends are going to be hurt. But I digress. We'll talk about that in a few.
Because Matt Gaetz, if you remember, was a former representative from Florida.
But they want to tell you about Black culture as they ignore this culture.
Who resigned as this investigation into him was mounting. As the heat was mounting against him, Matt Gaetz resigned from Congress. You know who protected Matt Gaetz the most while he was in Congress? Was Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson spent so much political capital and effort to make sure that Matt Gaetz never fully got exposed until today. Like, we didn't fully know the entirety of the details. We knew a lot and we put some pieces together, but Mike Johnson was trying to create plausible deniability for Matt Gaetz, and they were even going to make him the Attorney General. So just to back up, briefly earlier on in this video, I mentioned that rich, powerful men will abuse power dynamics to not only rape young girls, but then cover up the rape of those young girls. Well, this falls into both of those categories. Matt Gaetz was not sleeping with underage girls. He was raping underage girls by abusing his power as a rich white congressman. And then Speaker of the House Mike Johnson abused his power even further to cover that up. I feel like the analog to what's going on with Epstein is just so perfect. And I feel like I had to bring it up because in both cases, you have Speaker of the House Mike Johnson in particular using his power, shutting down Congress, obstructing Congress, threatening people to make sure the Epstein files aren't released. So what a wild day for Matt Gaetz to continue to be outed as a predator when we're learning the party as a whole is getting outed as being predatorial. So this says Justice Department is now said to be reviewing 5.2 million new pages of the Epstein files. These are new documents that are set to come out. And a few things. First of all, the DOJ is breaking the law right now. They were supposed to release all of these files on the 19th, I believe it was. They had a hard cutoff, and it was like 2 weeks ago. They were also supposed to reasonably redact the files to protect victims, but not anyone else. And they basically flipped that. They redacted enough files to protect the richest of the rich while letting victims' names accidentally slip through. So 5.2 million new pages of the Epstein files are set to come out, and we are already getting new information. This veteran Epstein reporter says these new files will be worse than expected. Take a listen.
You've been doing this for so long now.
Yeah.
Or is it just all just incremental like stuff that we already kind of knew?
I would say most of the stuff that I'm getting is just more like, oh my God, this is worse than I thought. That's what I think every day. That's really what I think every day. This is worse than I thought. You know, this is like, wow, there are big people involved. And I, you know, and then, like I said, when you see your name in the files, like the way I did, you know, people can fault me for like being an alarmist, I suppose, and that there being a logical explanation for me, given the fact that I bought that ticket. But look, I'm absorbed in this for 8 years and I've seen a lot. And
for some context, this is journalist Julie K. Brown, who worked for the Miami Herald, followed this case very, very closely, even broke a lot of the first stories back in 2018, 2019, as it was resurfacing. And she recently found out that her American Airlines flight ticket was in the Epstein files, meaning that the Department of Justice at some point had downloaded a copy or had been tracking her flights to see where she was going, and those tracked flights ended up in the Epstein files release. Really eerie stuff. And this veteran Epstein reporter says the new files are worse than expected. Let's jump over to this Wall Street Journal article. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. I don't ask that much nowadays, but we need to beat MAGA media, and that's only done as a community. So subscribe below, drop a like below, and let's jump in here. The incident that prompted Trump to ban Epstein from Mar-a-Lago's spa. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just a frequent visitor to Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in the late 90s and early 2000s. The club was also sending spa employees, usually young women, to Epstein's nearby mansion for massages, manicures, and other spa services, according to former Mar-a-Lago and Epstein employees. The house calls went on for years, even as spa employees warned each other about Epstein, who was known among staff for being sexually suggestive and exposing himself during the appointments. Now, the question is, do you think Trump was creating an environment where women were able, or young girls were able to come up to him and talk about what was happening? Do you think Trump was creating a welcoming, pro-feminist environment? No, of course not. The environment surrounding this made it so that these women could only confide in each other. So it's just like a nightmare. You go to Jeffrey Epstein's weird, creepy, stinky place, and he tries to sexually abuse you, and then you have no one to tell because you know goddamn well Trump doesn't care himself, because Trump would probably do the same. The spa occasionally provided house calls for members. Epstein wasn't a dues-paying member of the club, but Trump told staff to treat him like one. Okay, so not only was Trump enabling this environment, it seems like he was actively telling his staff, no matter what, treat Epstein like he is one of our spa members. Epstein had an account at the spa where his companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, booked appointments on his behalf. Companion is one way to put it. You mean sex trafficking, buddy? They came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house called the Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex, former employees said. A manager sent Trump a fax relaying the employee's allegations and urged him to ban Epstein, some of the former employees said. Trump told the manager it was a good letter and said to kick him out. But there had to have been rumors for years about this stuff. The beautician disclosed the house call to a club's human resources team, one of the former employees said. The incident wasn't reported to Palm Beach police, according to the former employees and police. The department didn't begin investigating Epstein until 2 years later. So Trump knew about the activities, was quoted on record as saying Epstein likes young girls. He likes them young, and there still wasn't an investigation for 2 years. That could have been a 2-year head start where 14...
So you mean to tell me that somebody reported that they were SA'd at a job that you sent them to, and you didn't report this to the police? Isn't that curious? Let's continue. Isn't that wouldn't that be part of your job to do this? If that happened to your employee on a job that you sent the employee on, knowing who Epstein was?
18-year-old girls weren't raped and abused. There could have been 2 years of a head start. Sorry. The department didn't begin investigating Epstein until 2 years later when a parent told them Epstein molested a 14-year-old girl from a local high school. Epstein was arrested in 2006 after several underage teens told police he paid them for sex. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Tuesday the journal was, quote, writing up fallacies and innuendo in order to smear President Trump. I mean, the thing is, this isn't even smearing Trump because this kind of closely aligns with what Trump has said. Trump says it in this really weird way on Air Force One. He goes, Epstein stole the girls. He stole the girls from my spa. And now we know in depth more what he's talking about. He's talking about him sending beauticians and other young girls over to Epstein's estate and them subsequently getting abused for it. Again, Matt Gaetz did something very similar where we paid off young girls. Trump also hit by this new bombshell. Let's listen to Abby Phillip.
Breaking news, the Wall Street Journal is out with a new report describing the fallout between President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. The journal reports that the spa worker from Mar-a-Lago often made house calls to Jeffrey Epstein's home 2 miles away, even though Epstein didn't pay dues, according to former Mar-a-Lago and Epstein employees. But those house calls, quote, came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex.
I can tell you right now, Donald Trump knew, even before they made this decision to kick Epstein out officially, Trump knew what was happening. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. I love all of you, and I'll see you in the
If tariffs worked, Trump wouldn't have to gaslight
the
American people about who paid
Hold on. This is in my description box. This is under...
all right, we have a lot of disturbing breaking news.
I apologize. This is in my description box. This is in the description box under spa date. So there are a couple of more things that I told you about the white woman who who is accused of starting the child care grift in Minneapolis, who has been arrested along with about 80 other people. This is another one about...
We have a creepy, unsettling bombshell update in the ongoing Epstein scandal, which is rightly plaguing
This is another one about the spa dates.
Donald Trump, and that update is this. According to investigative reporting from the conservative Wall Street Journal, this is a sister publication of Fox News, that's how right-wing they are. Not only was Jeffrey Epstein a frequent visitor and client of Mar-a-Lago Spa, that's Donald Trump's spa, but Trump was actively sending young women to make house calls to Epstein for years. And we have to talk about this. The Epstein scandal continues to plague Trump, not just because of his close association, his close friendship for years. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, the most notorious sex trafficker and sex offender in modern American history. He was prosecuted under the Trump administration after a sweetheart deal that was negotiated by Trump's own labor secretary fell through, and he was found dead in his jail cell in 2019 when in custody under Trump. He was in Donald Trump's protective custody, right? Trump was responsible for his safety, and he was found dead. Jeffrey Epstein was. Then, of course, came all the lies and the deception and the, promises that he would release the file.
Now, there are some reports that Jeffrey Epstein did not take his own life, that his life was taken under the watchful administration of, what was his name? The Attorney General at that time. What was his name? William Barr. William Barr, whose father was the one of the first employers of Jeffrey Epstein. So there are, I think I played that for you. I believe that was on Monday, that they are questioning if Epstein even unalived himself.
Files, and then he reneged on the promise. He tried to bury the files. He's redacted the files. It's been a total shit show of Trump's own making. And of course, it's a Streisand effect that just only will generate more interest, including from an increasing number of right-wing sources, including the Wall Street Journal. And this just one bombshell after another if not directly implicating Trump, then calling into question what he knew and what he tolerated at the time.
If I'm not mistaken, the Wall Street Journal is owned by none other than Rupert Murdoch, Fox News owner.
So with that in mind, let's dive in. The incident that prompted Trump to ban Epstein from Mar-a-Lago Spa. Mar-a-Lago sent an 18-year-old spa worker on a house call to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003. She complained to her bosses that Epstein pressured her for sex. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just a frequent visitor to Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in the late 1990s and early 2000s. The club was also sending spa employees, usually young women, to Epstein's nearby mansion for massages, manicures, and other spa services, according to former Mar-a-Lago and Epstein employees. So again, he wasn't just going there. They were like, yeah, sure, Jeffrey likes him young. He really likes him young. So we're going to send some young women to him. And that's precisely what they did. The house calls.
Okay, so this is also in my description box. I had to let you hear him talk about imitate Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the Department of Home, the Health and Human Services have suspended child care payments to Minnesota. I wanted to share that with you.
Alex Cabot and pulmonologist and MS Now medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Alex, what more is HHS saying? Let's bring in now MS Now reporter Alex Cabot and pulmonologist and MS Now medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Alex, what more is HHS saying about this funding freeze?
Well, Ariel, this is a dramatic escalation from the Trump administration. In a video statement overnight, Deputy Health Secretary Jim O'Neill and Assistant Health Secretary Alex Adams posted a pre-recorded video with some major announcements. First, that HHS will be freezing all child care funding to the state of Minnesota. But it's more than that, Ariel. They also announced that all future payments from the Administration for Children and Families, also known as ACF, will now require justification and a receipt or photo evidence for payments or for future payments. They also called for an audit of Minnesota daycare facilities. And finally, Ariel, they announced the department will be launching a dedicated fraud reporting hotline and email address. And I want you to hear just a snippet from that bombshell announcement.
We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
My office, ACF, provides Minnesota $185 million in child care funds each year. That money should be helping 19,000 American children, including toddlers and infants. Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children.
Now, Ariel, this all comes in response to a viral video from a right-wing YouTuber, which claims to have discovered rampant fraud at daycares run by members of the Somali diaspora in Minnesota. But it's important to note, Ariel, that we don't actually know the veracity.
And it's also important to know that was the back of the building that had been closed down, that still had the nursery sign up. And when he went around to the front of the building, you found that the building was an operating restaurant. So it's a whole grift. And now all of the children who needs money for childcare in Minnesota, their funding has been frozen. Let's continue.
Of those claims, and Tiki Brown, the commissioner of Minnesota's Department of Children.
But nobody told you the truth about this YouTube influencer, the truth about what he did. And these are the results. You know, kind of like when Charlie Kirk got shot. All of a sudden, there is a FBI hotline to tip off the FBI to anyone who think that you or somebody they run into are distributing un-American values that are unchristian, like, you know, kind of like that kind of like the Charlie Kirk thing sparking that NSPM7 memorandum. Yeah, any excuse will do. Now, all of a sudden, listen. All of a sudden, it's like they want to say what all black culture is. Now they are saying that all of the Somalis in Minnesota, they are all guilty of this. It's a everybody did it type of thing. But they don't have that same power for the theft that is going on in the United States government by this administration. So this is that I play a little bit more.
Youth and families said earlier this week that her department has been checking in on those daycares highlighted in the video in the past few months. So far, she says that they've found no uncoverings of fraud, but she did say that there will be more check-ins on those daycare centers this week. And Ariel, this is all resulting.
So it was a lie. They have been checking in on these daycares, and they have found no fraud. But however, they found a reason to pull. Where's this money going? Now, who's going to steal this money? You know they have clawed back a lot of money, money, and a lot of people in this administration have gotten rich. But why are you clawing back money when you see no fraud? Why are you clawing back money when you have already prosecuted? People have pled guilty. People are under indictment, and you haven't found any more fraud.
Of words between Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and President Trump. Governor Walz posting on X overnight that President Trump is, quote, politicizing the issue to defund programs that help Minnesotans by freezing these HHS payments. Meanwhile,
now, why would he do that? Tim Walz, he was on the ticket to be the vice president with Harris. Tim Walz is up for re-election in 2026. On tomorrow, that year, 2026, Tim Walz is up for re-election for governor of Minnesota. And guess who? Guess who is running on the Republican ticket? None other than the My Pillow guy. The My Pillow guy who was saying that the 2020 election was stolen and put up I think it was $1 to $5 million talking about he had proof that the Dominion voting machines were changing votes. That fraud, that former crackhead is running at the Republican ticket against Tim Walz. Do you think that this has something to do with Tim Walz being the governor? The Tim Walz who 45, 47 called a retard. Do you think that who has it? The Tim Walz who has a special needs son? Do you think that this has anything to do with this? So you have a sitting president who is affecting the lives of other people based on bullshit. Everyone in Minnesota is not a Somalian. Everyone in Minnesota don't work in health child. I keep on wanting to say healthcare in daycare for children. But the ones who need these subsidies for daycare for children are being affected because 45, 47 wants you to believe that every daycare in Minnesota is run by a Somalian who is stealing money. As the My Pillow former crackhead is running for the position of that Tim Walz has. So this link is in the description box under the HHS freezes money. Let's go a little further.
President Trump took to his social media platform, Truth Social, within just the last hour to call Governor Walz a, quote, crooked governor. Ariel?
Alex Tabbitt, thank you so much for those updates. I know we'll continue to monitor the investigation as it unfolds. But Dr. Gupta, this isn't the first time we've seen HHS make a move viewed as politically motivated. Earlier this month, The agency cut nearly $12 million in grants to the American Academy of Pediatrics after it said that essentially it and several other organizations no longer align with the department's mission or priorities. That was seen as a swipe against HHS Secretary RFK Jr.'s agenda. So talk to me as a physician about the trickle-down impact that these moves have on patient care, setting the politics of all of this aside, which has been the focus of all of this, and the massive fraud investigation that we're watching. How does this impact children in Minnesota?
Well, Ariel, we're seeing across the country, not just in Minnesota, but across the country with measles and the tee-up. You brought up measles. We're going to lose our elimination status of the country for an infectious disease that impacts children predominantly, and take flu. We're now in the midst of one of the worst flu seasons we've seen, an early flu season. This is compounding, especially when we have the American Academy of Pediatrics being under-resourced, defunded. They are an advocate for everything that protects children. And we're having these compounding risk factors just as pediatric beds are becoming less and less. It's a convergence of factors here that should worry us all, especially those of us that are actually caring for patients.
So speaking of the flu, we're tracking that fast spreading strain that's hitting the country, families so hard. The CDC is now reporting the so-called super flu H3N2 variant has caused hospitalizations to nearly double in the last week. That's pretty staggering. What makes this variant different from others that we've encountered, and why is it so rampant?
Well, something that gets lost sometimes when we speak about the flu to the general public is that this is one of those viruses that finds a way to change and adapt and mutate. That's what's happened. Over the course of just the last 6 months, this new virus variant is more contagious. And we're finding that while the vaccine is effective, every single flu vaccine in any given year has imperfections. This one is still robustly protective against ending up in the hospital. The vaccine rates are low. And you did an incredible work reporting about measles in South Carolina. I was watching it. We saw that measles vaccine uptake rates lower there. We're seeing flu vaccine uptake rates across all zip codes lower than they should be even pre-pandemic. And that's creating vulnerability across society. And that's really what's driving a lot of hospitalizations. We're seeing peak hospitalizations very early in the flu season. We're still early. That's the concern, is that this is still early.
Yeah, Dr. Gupta, thank you so much for the kind words. It was good to get there and get to speak to people on the ground, including physicians, families, administrators.
I heard somebody in the in these parts allegedly has the flu. I also heard a yappy a bitch from Florida said that that person had surgery, and pray for that person. Does this flu cause you to have surgery? I don't know. If you don't know, now you know. We saw 4547 have the crown prince sitting in the White House, and we also heard the crown of the president said that he was going to be selling some fighter planes, and he was doing this to kind to normalize or to get Saudi Arabia and Israel to come to the table and have some common ground. Did we not see this in the White House? Now, the United Arab Emirates was struck by Saudi Arabia. Why? Let's talk about Yemen. We remember that Yemen, the United States was striking Yemen. Why was the United States striking Yemen? Because Yemen has a force that had been blocking ships from going through the Black Sea to supply Israel. They were shooting at ships and blockading ships. So the United States went over to Yemen and said, no, you cannot be blocking ships that are going to Israel. So now, all of a sudden, the UAE had been delivering vehicles to these people in Yemen. I think they were. I think that they were the people who were trying to protect the Palestinian people from Israel. I think this is who the UAE was delivering vehicles to. And now the UAE and Saudi Arabia used to be big buddies. But all of a sudden, Saudi Arabia has struck all of those vehicles that the UAE was delivering to Yemen, and the UAE said, okay, boss, we out of here." So it seems like they are trying to normalize a genocide, and they are making sure that anybody who is not on board with normalizing genocide, they're being struck. Let's get into it.
Let's turn to West Asia now, where a proxy war is unfolding in Yemen. On one side is Saudi Arabia, on the other side is the UAE. Two close allies now at odds. We have seen open threats, we have seen airstrikes. The question is, will there be a full-blown confrontation? Let me tell you what happened today. This morning, Saudi military attacked a port in Yemen. It is called Mukalla in the south. Look at the aftermath. Why did Riyadh bomb the port? They say Mukalla was receiving weapon shipments from the UAE. Two ships had allegedly brought arms to Yemen, so Riyadh decided to blow them up. But that wasn't even the most explosive move. That would come a few hours later. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry released a sharp statement. They named and accused the UAE of hurting Saudi interests. And we'll come to that in a bit. But first, let me give you some background. Yemen is basically a country split into two. The north is controlled by the Houthis. It's a rebel group supported by Iran. The south is ruled by the internationally recognized government. But this government is also a divided one. It has a presidential council, which is supported by Saudi Arabia. It also has a Southern Transition Council, or STC. And this is backed by the UAE. Now, technically, these two factions are rivals. They united with the sole purpose of fighting the Houthis. From 2015, Saudi Arabia and the UAE have been fighting this war. And their own soldiers were deployed in Yemen. But in 2019, the UAE began pulling out. On paper, they still support the southern regime, though recently, things have heated up. Earlier this month, the UAE-backed forces launched a surprise offensive. They now control virtually all of southern Yemen. What followed were massive celebrations on the streets. Take a look. So what's the end goal here? Why is the UAE-backed STC fighting the regime? Well, they want a new country now, a country called South Yemen. And the demand itself is not new. South Yemen was a country from 1967 to 1990. It was the only communist country in the Arab world. It was reunified after the Cold War. And now the STC says, let's go back to the old days. But the Saudi-backed regime is opposing this plan. They have cancelled a security agreement with the UAE. They've also given Abu Dhabi a deadline. Leave southern Yemen in 24 hours.
Unfortunately, it has been definitively confirmed that the United Arab Emirates has exerted pressure on and directed the Southern Transitional Council to undermine state authority and rebel against it through military escalation, attacks on armed forces positions, repeated assaults on the tribes of Hadramaut and innocent civilians.
Riyadh was seeing all of this unfold. Last week, they launched strikes on STC positions, and today they hit alleged UAE shipments. And then came Saudi Arabia's statement. The steps taken by the UAE are considered highly dangerous and do not serve the purpose of achieving security and stability for Yemen. In this context, the kingdom stresses that any threat to its national security is a red line, and the kingdom will not hesitate to take all necessary steps and measures to confront and neutralize any such threat. Those are very strong words, especially when it's aimed at an ally. Saudi Arabia is accusing the UAE of threatening its security. And what does the UAE say? Well, they have basically denied all of it. They have denied supporting the STC offensive. They have denied sending arms to Mukalla. They have also denied hurting Saudi interests. Plus, the UAE is reminding Riyadh of its own sacrifices in Yemen. It is asking for more coordination and wisdom. And that sums up the events of today. We had strikes, we had statements, and we had counter-statements. The question is, what comes next? Well, the UAE is offering a concession. They have agreed to withdraw all remaining forces from Yemen. But will that be enough? I ask because Saudi Arabia has legitimate concerns in Yemen. Their border is more than 1,300 kilometers long. A Houthi-run Yemen is bad news for the Saudis. And we saw that in 2019 and again in 2022. The Houthis launched attacks on Saudi oil facilities. So stability in Yemen is non-negotiable for Riyadh. Like they said, it's a red line. But for the UAE, the concerns are different. They wanted a reliable ally in Yemen, someone who could protect Yemen's oil resources and sea lanes. And frankly, it looks like they got one. So the future is hard to predict right now. Saudi Arabia has the more pressing goal, but the UAE has the edge. Let's see how this proxy battle unfolds.
Want the facts?
The latest development.
Okay, that's under a proxy war. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Let me see. I don't know why.
Megyn Kelly is going viral because she made disgusting
Megyn Kelly again. Oh my God, I forgot. Megyn Kelly is apologist for 45, 47, and why he may be a little touchy-feely. The grab him by the pussy remark. Megyn Kelly, the apologist for Jeffrey Epstein, who, well, he liked them young, but he didn't like 8-year-olds. It's not like he liked 8-year-old. He liked them, in the young teens who could pass for an adult, but they could also pass for younger people. She the apologist for SAers of women and girls, Megyn Kelly. If you didn't hear the dumb shit that she said, this will be in my description box as well.
comments and defended Donald Trump for unwanted touching of women. And this is a complete 360 of who Megyn Kelly used to be. Now, I have some ideas as to why Megyn Kelly changed. It might not be surprising to you, but it's kind of very obvious when you just dive in a little bit. But Megyn Kelly used to be a very normal human being. In fact, she was like someone on the right that more or less at least had some level of morality. I mean, she was the one that pushed back on Donald Trump, and Donald Trump said that she was bleeding out of her wherever. And she also, on her NBC show, defended trans kids.
She also, on her NBC show, was an apologist for blackface. Now, let's not forget that Megyn Kelly allegedly left Fox News because she reported that the creep, Fox News is full of creeps, was full of creeps like Bill O'Reilly, that Fox News paid out multiple settlements for his inappropriate behavior. Now, Chris Cuomo has Bill O'Reilly stationed up on his show every chance he could get. Of course, Chris Cuomo, the brother of Mario Cuomo, the Chris Cuomo who was booted out of CNN for his tawdry behavior. Now, Bill O'Reilly has a place to go over there on Newsmax with Chris Cuomo. Now, Megyn Kelly was the one who reported the head of the news organization at Fox, Roger Ailes, who is now deceased, of making inappropriate comments to her. I don't think that she reported him. I do know that she wrote about it for profit in a book, though. I do know that she had a big whirlwind tour where she let you know she was going to tell you the details in a for-profit book. But that's who Megyn Kelly is. Let's continue.
Well, the people with me on stage right now are all transgender kids who want others to know it is possible to transition socially with love and support and acceptance within a family and a community. Please welcome 16-year-old Nicole, 12-year-old Daniel, 14-year-old Gia.
So it's incredible when you watch the rest of what I'm going to show you that she went from this person to who she is today. Now, Megyn Kelly has always been a little cray-cray because she did say on her show on Fox that Jesus is white.
He was a historical figure. I mean, that's a verifiable fact, as is Santa. I just want the kids watching to know that.
She just wants the children to know that Santa Claus, a fake entity. She wants the kids to know that Santa Claus is white as well. Some people swear she's Nicole Brown Simpson. Hey, Leonard, Happy New Year. The Small has made a Trump song. It's hilarious. It's called a Super Trump. I'm a super freak. Super freaks. Is it off the Rick James song Super Freak though? It bothered her so much that she had to respond. Okay.
Yes. But my point is, how do you just revise it, in the middle of the legacy of the story and change Santa from white to black? So I've given, her name is Aisha Harris. I've given her her due on where she was going with it. Just because it makes you feel uncomfortable doesn't mean it has to change. Jesus was a white man too, but it's like.
In that same video, she also says that Santa is white. Santa is a fairy tale character. Santa is whatever you want him to be. Now, you might have forgotten about this. I actually did. But Megyn Kelly got canceled in 2018, 2019 for insensitive comments she made about blackface. I had completely forgot about this.
What is racist? Because truly, you do get in trouble if you are a white person who puts on blackface for Halloween or a black person who puts on whiteface for Halloween.
When does that ever happen? She tried to talk about this and try to normalize some shit that does not happen. When do you see black people putting on whiteface for anything? When do you see a black person who is impersonating a white person put on whiteface? Never, not never, not never ever. As she tries to normalize putting on blackface and trying to make you think on NBC, who should have never hired that hoe in the first place, trying to normalize her racism about blackface being okay.
I was a kid, that was okay as long as you were dressing up as like a character. There was a controversy on The Real Housewives of New York with Luann, as she dresses Diana Ross, and she made her skin look darker than it really is, and people said that was racist. And I don't know, I thought, like, who doesn't love Diana Ross? She wants to look like Diana Ross for one day. I don't know how that got racist on Halloween.
Yeah. Now, Megyn Kelly, a couple days.
So I'm pretty sure you have no problem with Diana Ross' children being part of the Epstein dump, who were with Michael Jackson, to make it appear as if Michael Jackson was doing something inappropriate with children, and those were Diana Ross's children, that Pam Bimbo and Todd Blanche decide to put out those pictures unredacted while they're redacting people who are 45-47's friends, or who he yelled at Marjorie Taylor Greene that a lot of his friends would get hurt if the Epstein files were released. What did you have to say about Diana Ross then, bitch? Nothing. Nothing. Because it's your culture. Let's see some more of this culture of these people.
Days later, actually went on air and had a very tearful apology where she said this.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm Megyn Kelly, and I want to begin with two.
And I want to begin with this because they told me I would lose my job, but I had to pay the bitch. They fired her anyway, and they had to pay her something like almost $70 million to fire this bitch that they should never try to normalize. Your for-profit media. They got burned.
Words. I'm sorry. You may have heard that yesterday we had a discussion here about political correctness and Halloween costumes. And that conversation turned to whether it is ever okay for a person of one race to dress up as another. A black person making their face lighter or a white person making their...
So here we go with the bullshit again. For example, when has that happened? You have to put a black person doing something that they don't do to make an apology about the shit that you said about white people putting on blackface. This is their nature. This is their culture.
There's darker to make a costume complete. I defended the idea, saying as long as it was respectful and part of a Halloween costume, it seemed okay. Well, I was wrong, and I am sorry. One of the great parts of sitting in this chair each day is...
Do you remember her saying things about as long as it's respectful? No, she said nothing about it as long as it's respectful. Let's see what she said.
Days later, actually went on air and had a very...
skin look darker than it really is, and people said that was racist. And I don't know, I thought, like, who doesn't love Diana Ross? She wants to look like Diana Ross for one day. I don't know how, like, that got racist on Halloween.
Yeah. Now, Megyn Kelly...
Character. There was a controversy on The Real Housewives of New York. You do get in trouble if you are a white person who puts on blackface on Halloween, or a black person who puts on whiteface for Halloween. Like, back when I was a kid, that was okay as long as you were dressing up as like a character. There was a controversy on The Real Housewives of New York.
There was nothing about respectful. And there's nothing respectful about this culture.
And honor. And I want to be part of that. Feels so divided and full any costume, Halloween or otherwise. I have never been a PC kind of person, but I do understand the value in being sensitive to our history, particularly on race and ethnicity.
Yeah, you understood it when you tried to put black people forward first in this veiled apology, as if you didn't know that blackface was insulting, as if you didn't know the history of blackface. As if you didn't know the culture of your people. And that was the culture of your people. But and when you're making an apology, you try to bring black people in it as if we did this disparaging thing that your culture is known for. See, this is their culture. Since we're talking about culture, this is their culture.
This past year has been so painful for many people of color. The country feels so divided, and I have no wish to add to that pain and offense. I believe this is a time for more understanding, more love, more sensitivity, and honor. And I want to be part of that. Thank you.
As I sit up here and lie that I said as long as it's respectful. What is respectful about it? Nothing. Now let's get into the tomfoolery of her.
For listening and for helping me listen too.
Doing things like this in this viral moment that I wanted to bring to you, where Megyn Kelly suggests that she doesn't care that Donald Trump got handsy, as she puts it, with young women.
My own personal opinion is most of the allegations against him are much more complicated than the mainstream media would have you believe. And I don't think
the allegations are complicated. Now, the allegations against him are much more complicated than the media would have you to believe. What's complicated about what he said about out of his own mouth? That how he used to go into the beauty pageants where they were dressed, they were naked, they didn't have any clothes on. I go in there, oh, I got to inspect the place. What's complicated about that? Is there anything complicated about you can just do anything? You can just grab them by the pussy. What's complicated about that? When you're a celebrity, you can do anything. You can just grab them by the pussy. Where's the complication? But this is their culture. This is their culture. The people who profess to be Christians.
I think Donald Trump is a rapist or a...
That she doesn't care that Donald Trump got handsy, as she puts it, with young women.
My own personal opinion is most of the allegations against him are much more complicated than the mainstream media would have you believe. And I don't think Donald Trump is a rapist or a sexual assaulter. I do think he's taken inappropriate liberties with women.
You don't have to think it. But the court who sat and heard the case thought it and found him guilty of being a SAer. Nobody cares what you think. You thought that it was okay to say that Jeffrey Epstein, I like them on the young teens. A young teen is a 13 or a 14-year-old. And at the same time, you tried to say he liked them who could pass as of age and who could also look younger. So what you said made absolutely no sense as you tried to be an apologist for a known pedophile, a prosecuted and found guilty pedophile. You are being an apologist for. So nobody gives a fuck about what you feel. What does the court of law demand?
And gotten handsy with their believe. And I don't think Donald Trump is a rapist or a sexual assaulter. I do think he's taken inappropriate liberties with women and gotten handsy with them in a way he's owned himself. Okay.
He's been inappropriate and got handsy with women in things that he owned himself. Oh, okay. So as long as I can commit a crime, and as long as I say, hey, I'm a bank robber. So does that proceed this from being a criminal act that I cannot be prosecuted for because I walk around and I admit that I'm a bank robber? Bitch, this is their culture. See, this is their culture.
Years ago, or a sexual assaulter, I do think he's taken inappropriate liberties with women and gotten handsy with them in a way he's owned himself. Okay, years ago when he was a celebrity, and it is what it is. That's the past. But it's just about so much more than that. We are talking about how many people dying at the southern border because of the invasion that we've suffered under Joe Biden. We're talking about Laken Riley, whose killer was led.
All right, I'm not going to go into that propaganda, but just imagine saying to someone who has experienced rape or sexual harassment or any type of unwanted touching. It is what it is. That's in the past. It's really funny to me that she says that towards Trump when she said that she was sexually harassed at Fox News. And she said at the time this
morning about the sexual harassment allegations being made against former Fox News chief Roger Ailes by current Fox News anchor Megyn Kelly. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is here with that part of the story. Steph, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, in the last year, Megyn Kelly hasn't just reported the news. She's often been at the center of it, especially when she took on Donald Trump. Now, in excerpts from her new book, Kelly alleges former Fox chairman Roger Ailes sexually harassed her when she was brand new on the job.
From the final presidential...
Megyn Kelly's book, Settled for More, is out in less than 2 weeks. But now, new excerpts, first appearing Thursday in Radar Online and confirmed by NBC News.
You see where she decided to tell this story, and mysteriously excerpts of the tantalizing part were got out to Radar Online. So you can go and hurry and buy her book. She sold it for profit. This is where these allegations came to light in her for-profit book.
The source in a position to know are already making headlines. The Star anchor writes that Ailes offered career help in exchange for sexual favors on multiple occasions. He would engage in a kind of cat and mouse game with me, veering between obviously inappropriate sexually charged comments, for example, about the very sexy bras I must have and how he'd like to see me in them.
But I guess it would be appropriate for me to say.
But hey, not so much with someone who was actually physically touching someone. I believe that the media is overtelling these stories and not being truthful in their accounting of these stories, even though we heard it from this man's mouth. It's their nature. This link is there any more? I don't think. Oh, here's the Jeffrey Epstein clip. Here's the Jeffrey, what she said about the Jeffrey Epstein shit. Let me see. Is her mouth moving? Oh, I don't think he's actually playing it. I think he's reading a comment from it.
Book. But the real reason why Megyn Kelly has turned into someone.
Megyn Kelly, I know someone very close to this case, Jeffrey Epstein, in his personal views was not a pellet. In this person's views was not a pedo. He was into the barely legal type, and she did not say 14. What she said was he liked young teen girls. Let me see, because this Republican accountability is misquoting what she said. She did not say. She did say he was into the barely legal. He liked young teens. She did not say like 15-year-olds. Let me pull that up. I'll pull that up.
Who has recently said, I know very close to this case, Jeffrey Epstein's in-person view was not a pedophile. He was into the barely legal type. He liked 15-year-old girls. He wasn't into 8-year-olds. There's a difference between 15-year-olds and 8-year-olds and 5-year-olds. The reason why she's saying things like that is because she got canceled. Like, it's just like the most obvious result of someone facing consequences is when they face consequences, they want to burn down everything that.
Let me see if I can find what she really said. Okay, here, let me show you that she did not say anything about 15-year-olds. She said that he liked young teens, because I shared this with you before. Let's get into the actual facts that they tried to change. This is a CNN report. Let me copy this so I can put it in my links. Let me start this over so you can hear what she said.
Person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like, he liked 15-year-old girls.
I was wrong.
It's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14.
I was wrong
when I first came within his purview. Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. You know, it's just whatever. It's sick. Every time we start talking about Epstein, it makes your skin crawl, right? The whole thing is just disgusting.
Totally.
What in the hell? You got to be under 10 to be preyed upon by.
Hold on. Let me see if I could find the part where. Let me see if I can find exactly what I remember. Oh.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby.
That's what I wanted you. See, that was her. That was her own telling of it. She said a man said that he liked 15-year-olds, but this telling of it that he liked ones who looked were young teens that could look like they could pass, but then they can look younger. This is her own rendition. Beyond this person that she has known for years. And Megyn Kelly, how do you know this person for years and you have a 14-year-old kid and he is trying to tell you that Jeffrey Epstein was not a pedophile, but you have a 14-year-old kid and you are out here broadcasting what your friend has said. Your friend doesn't feel that Jeffrey Epstein was wrong with a 15-year-old, and you have a 14-year-old, but you still call this person your friend. Let me replay what I did remember her saying, speaking for herself.
I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but
I'm just giving you facts, like he wasn't into 8-year-olds. These are her facts that she's giving you. Now, she's speaking for herself right here. And this is what I was talking about. Her speaking for herself. I'm just giving you facts. He said 15-year-olds. I'm just giving you facts. Let's hear her facts.
And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds. But he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a pass.
They could pass for younger than they were, but they could look younger, but they could look legal to passerbyers. These are her words. But she's not trying to be an apologist. And who is she talking to? She's talking to the Jewish woman with the Jewish star who has no problem with all of the children who have over 50,000 children. I think it was 50,000. 30 or 50,000 children who have been slaughtered by Netanyahu's regime. So let's be clear. Megyn Kelly was speaking for herself, trying to be an apologist for somebody who her friend has good knowledge that she can believe her friend, and it is still her friend, and her friend told her that he was dating 15-year-olds, and this is still her friend, a woman who has a 14-year-old whose friend said that it was okay. He was not a pedo because he was banging 15-year-olds. This is also in my link under unwanted touching. Okay. So let me see what else in the news that I wanted to share with you. DeSantis caught funneling between $35 million and $40 million to influence voters to not vote on the medical marijuana and to something about an amendment that they had on the ballot about abortion. Now, understand that these millions of dollars were supposed to go to helping children who were in foster care. What was this? This money came from that he stole. Let me see. Where did this money come from again? Medicaid funds for DeSantis administration diverted child welfare and Medicaid and medical funds for consultants and ads. As much of the state money was intended to assist needy Floridians, including children. Instead, it paid for political consultants, lawyers, and thousands of advertisement that help DeSantis and his supporters win at the ballot box. Okay. The ad purchased with the diverted money blanketed TV, social media, and radio stations in the weeks before the election. The They defended Florida's 6-week abortion ban and made exaggerating claims about the dangers of marijuana without mentioning that both were the subject of ballot amendments last fall. Now, during an election, they are able to show public service announcements, but the announcements are not supposed to support or reject anything that's on the ballot. They have to be straight up public service announcements. But that's not what DeSantis did. Let me see. The finding shed light on the DeSantis administration marshaling of state resources to finance his fight against political causes supported by a majority of Floridian voters. Amendment 3 would have legalized recreational marijuana, and Amendment 4 would have overturned the 6-week abortion ban pushed by DeSantis. Both fell just short of the 60% needed to pass. Let me see. The most visible cog in his campaign, the use of the state's Hope Florida charity, is the subject of a grand jury investigation. In that case, nearly $10 million from Medicaid settlement was steered to a political committee controlled by the governor's chief of staff. Who is the chief of staff? The new findings show that the spending was more than 3 times greater. So it was not a 10 million, it was possibly 30 million. The new findings show that the spending was probably 10 times greater. Spokespeople for DeSantis and 5 state agencies that report to him did not respond to the Time Herald for findings and questions for this story. The diversion of state money came at a time when the term limit governor's deep pool of donors had begun to dry up after a failed presidential campaign. Without the cash needed to wage an all-out blitz to defeat the amendments, he turned to taxpayer money to air what he called public service announcement to educate Floridians. Such announcements are common for broad state campaigns that encourage people to wear safety belts or avoid texting while driving, topics that tend to steer clear of politics. But emails and vendor records indicate last year's effort was meant to influence the outcome of the election, targeting higher propensity voters for raising concerns from officials in Washington to place the ads, state agencies use a subcontractor tied to a firm working with the Republican Party of Florida to defeat the amendments. After reviewing the Times Herald analysis of how the DeSantis administration used state money before the 2024 election, lawmakers and former state officials said that at the very least, the ad spending skirted the state's law. Professor Emeritus Kenneth Goodman, who for decades directed medical ethics at the University of Miami, said that the state campaign specifically in its reliance on child welfare fund amounted to undermining the will of voters by diverting resources intended for a vulnerable population. This is corruption at the expense of children, he said. Now, it says the money came from healthcare funds. Let me see. What I want to. Thousands of pages of emails, vendors, to uncover the extent of DeSantis' administration campaign. The Times spent months reviewing thousands of pages of emails, vendor receipts, ad records, and state payments. Reports delved into the state's accounting and budgeting system, which traces the source of every penny in last year $116.5 billion budget of $36.2 million in taxpayer money tapped by the administration. The analysts showed that at least 21.2 million moved through an intricate web of financial transactions across 5 state agencies to a handful of vendors. So they would not comment on this story. They would not give receipts for this story. So what these reporters did was they had to track all of this money that paid for these TV ads. Because state agencies did not record nearly half of the spending in the state's online contracting database, reporters tracked the money by tracing 29-digit account codes and 6-digit object codes across 3 state databases. That's how they found this money. This is what Ron DeSantis has been doing with public money that is supposed to go for the welfare of children. The public can't know the precise amount spent by the state because the administration has not turned over key documents requested through the state's open records laws, such as invoices and work product. The records the Time have been able to obtain show that to pay for ads, DeSantis officials repeatedly tapped into money meant to help vulnerable Floridians. The Department of Children and Families, which has struggled for decades to protect kids in foster care, devoted $1.1 million from its child protection program to place ads. The money came from federal grants that mostly went to organizations to help kids in foster care or offer services and counseling to parents so that they don't lose custody of their children. But DeSantis decided to steal this money to make sure that a marijuana law and a 6-week abortion ban didn't pass in the vote. An invoice states that ads were about mothers, babies, and children, indicating they were for the abortion ad. DeSantis' administration took another $4 million from the state's opioid settlement trust fund and directed it towards the campaign. State lawmakers last year assigned $18 million from the trust fund for prevention and media campaign, but stated that they must target communities that are disproportionately impacted by opioid or other substance misuse. So marijuana is not an opioid. So he took money that from this settlement and used it to combat the marijuana law. The state had won the money in 2022 by suing drug makers and distributors. It was supposed to help drug-addicted Floridians. Department of Health directed $970,000 from its community public health promotion program to the campaigns. Top GOP lawmakers wanted money from that program to go to projects such as $185,000 for a clinic to help children learn to feed and swallow. That is, you see, when children are born addicted to opioid, these are some of the things that they need to learn. So this is what this money should have been going to. but it went to ad campaigns to make sure that we wasn't legalized in Florida recreationally. These are what your lawmakers are doing. Okay. $185,000 for a clinic to help children learn to feed and swallow, and $500,000 on a Tampa Bay program. No, $500,000. Yes, $500,000 on a Tampa Bay program aimed at reducing emergency room visit. But DeSantis vetoed them, leaving the money unspent. Other $36.2 million in taxpayer dollars spent on last year's campaign, 79% came from funds reserved for healthcare. The total includes $10 million on the administration directed Medicaid contractor center to donate to the Hope Florida Foundation as part of a legal settlement in September of last year. Earlier draft of the settlement with Censure does not mention the Hope Florida Foundation. It was added as a recipient less than 2 weeks after 4547 endorsed Amendment 3, about 2.5 weeks before voters began to receive mail-in ballots. That money could have gone back to the state to pay for kids' health care or to fund rural hospital. Instead, $8.5 million ended up in a political committee controlled by DeSantis and then Chief of Staff James Altemeyer. James Altemeyer is, I think he is now the over the Department of Justice in Florida. He was formerly DeSantis Chief of Staff. Okay. That was dedicated to defeating Amendment 3. DeSantis was not the only Republican against amendments. His predecessor, Senator Rick Scott, the person who had to pay back the largest fine for defrauding Medicaid himself, he was against the amendments. Let me see. The allegation of diverting tax dollars from critical populations in our state toward political consultants and add especially money for the agency that helps foster kids, domestic violence survivors, and abused children are deeply concerning, his spokesperson said in a statement. That is what Rick Scott's spokesperson had to say. Ad campaign dubbed as health services. State officials have flexibility in how they spend state money. Former government officials and other at the times Harold spoke to were mixed on whether the DeSantis administration spending broke the law. They couldn't figure it out. Florida is a red state because people who don't get off their ass and vote but want to use social services, they don't bother to vote. So therefore, Florida is a red, purplish type of state. This is what they're doing with the money. Since people don't get off their ass and vote but use social services for their alleged children. But I digress. But by spending public money on a political effort, several agencies bent the rules, observers said. The Department of Health, for example, diverted $2 million from its grants and donation trust fund to the campaign. The department billed it from research services in the medical marijuana regulation program. An agency for healthcare administration issued $270,000 an advance payment to the marketing company it hired. That type of payment requires special approval because the state is spending taxpayer money before any services are rendered. The agency justified the payments because the goods or services is essential to the operation of a state agency, records show. It also said that the money was going to be used to increase awareness of the state's consumer website that track things like prescription drug prices and the cost of medical procedures. But the agency appeared to pivot. It used One, it used, wait a minute, it used one of its consumer website to combat the abortion amendment, posting warnings that Amendment 4 threatens women's safety. So it got all of this money. And they said that they were going to shore up their state consumer websites that track things like prescription drug prices and the cost of medical procedures. But what they used the website was to post warnings about Amendment 4. And the warnings that they said is that it threatens women's safety. Okay, we're clear. The Department of Transportation routed 4.4 million to produce air ads through the Jacksonville-based engineering firm, RSH, using a standing contract. They didn't write a new contract. They just said, hey, we're gonna give them $4.4 million to produce ads, and we're not gonna write a new contract. We're just gonna use the standing contract. The company had with the state to provide engineers for road projects. That money came from the department's funds that states laws. A road company, engineering company, was paid to make ads and tuck this in under your contract that you have with Florida to make ads about road safety. Okay, this is what is going on in Florida. I wonder if anybody. This report has nothing about anybody, any of these Florida lawmakers who took money away from children, foster children, to care for children, children who were born addicted to opioid because the opioid crisis flourished so much in Florida that children were born not knowing how to swallow. This is where they took money from. I wonder if anybody's going to jail behind this. Let me see. State health care agencies on 6 separate occasions cited the same legal exemption from competitive bidding requirements for companies involved in the ads, saying the ads were providing health services involving examination, diagnosis, treatment, prevention, and medical consultation or administration. So they found one good cover story, and they used it quite a few times. The Department of Health has cited that exemption more than 5,000 times since 2020, using it to pay for doctors, vaccine, health screenings, and other services. Contracting records show. Only one other time has the department used it for media placement and fulfillment, and that was to combat meningitis outbreak in 2022. So they found a sweet little pocket to put these expenditures under. Let me see. But the agency spending compiles with state laws and rules is up to the Department of Financial Services, which audits and approves expenditures and cuts the check. It's led by the state election chief financial officer. How convenient. At that time, it was Jimmy Patrons, who has since been elected to Congress. His spokesperson said he couldn't answer questions about the spending because he no longer had access to the state systems. You should remember that you diverted this money. He referred questions to the department, which is led by Blase Ingaliza, DeSantis appointed Ingolina, a former state senator, to the position this summer. A spokesperson for Ingolina noted that the department receives an average of 290,000 requests for payment each month, and she referred the question about the spending to state agencies. We get so many requests. I don't know. Okay, so let me see. Let me see what else I wanted to share. The department campaign targeted likely voters. The Department of Children and Families described its anti-marijuana ads as educating Floridian families and youth about the dangers of marijuana, opioid, and drug use. On September 5th, the department deputy chief of staff received 21 pitches for commercials from the Strategic Digital Services and Marketing and a consulting firm that led ad campaigns for a variety of state agencies as well as Florida GOP candidates and committees. 14 were targeted to teens, including one titled Loser. I want to spend your days eating Hot Pockets, sharing a rundown trailer with two addicts, the suggested ad said. 3 days later, the department shifted its campaign. A strategic digital service memo noted the proposed commercials mentioned marijuana only. References to drugs corporation would be added, echoing DeSantis' talking point that pot companies were pushing the ballot initiative for profit. In one ad stated that marijuana is engineered by a corporation for one purpose, to rewire the human mind. Now, you understand that this money was to talk about all drugs, but they talked about marijuana specifically. And what they had to say is that it was engineered by corporations with the sole purpose to rewire the human mind. Nothing about any other drugs other than marijuana, which was illegal for them to do because they had a ballot initiative on the ballot about marijuana. So he knew exactly what he was doing. Let me see. By October the 4th, the department campaign targeted ads to voting age adults and parents and grandparents. The ad placement sheet states one of the eventual ads urges voters to educate your teens, while another warned this is not the marijuana from the 60s and the 70s. Okay. So they specifically talked about marijuana. The ads made claims with little to no citation. Teen marijuana use increases the risk of psychosis disorder like schizophrenia by more than 1,000%, one said. Another asserted that marijuana increases the risk of depression and anxiety by 30% for teens and young adults, and that rapid onset psychosis, addiction, and schizophrenia were common side effects of powerful strains. Studies show that frequent marijuana use can contribute to the development of schizophrenia for high-risk people such as those with a generic predisposition towards mental illness, said Madeline Meyer, an associate professor of psychology at Arizona State University, who has studied the harms of marijuana use. But she said she could not evaluate the claims because the ad did not include any citations. Propaganda. They call that propaganda. Okay, so what is... let me see. What else do I want to... this is a very, very long article. Oh, in an October ad featuring Florida's sheriffs said domestic violence calls are often associated with marijuana use. So they said that marijuana caused domestic violence. It appears. The ad from August 29th said, if you think your THC level isn't zero, you're not safe to drive, even though a study showed that it can remain in the bloodstream for days or weeks after the effects wear off. There were also broadcasts to older audience. That's this is not the marijuana of the 60s or the 70s. The department has a standing contract with a marketing firm to produce and plan ads against dangerous driving. In 4 campaigns last year, covering distracted driving, speeding, and impaired driving, that firms advertised on YouTube, Spotify, streaming services, and social media, the department records show. This is because the department priority is to target impaired driving ads to the most dangerous drivers on the road, men aged 18 to 34. For the marijuana campaign, the department then chief of staff Lita Kelly did not use the marketing firm. Instead, she went to the Florida Association of Broadcasters, which ran the ads on network TV and AM and FM radio stations from September 1st to December 31st. The trade association has no say when its ads air. It is purely up to the station. A report gave the department a report it gave the apartment show a report it gave the department shows that it also ran ads on Google, YouTube, with more than half of its impressions reaching people 55 and older. The firm was paid $150,000 through RSH, the engineering company. The association longtime president confirmed. There are concerns that it is political. On October 4th, an official with the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration emailed Florida's Transportation Department about an ad running on Facebook and television. DUI crashes increase in states with legalized marijuana, the ad stated. There are concerns that this is political in nature, the federal official wrote, noting that there was a ballot measure related to marijuana. She added that while the ad was about marijuana, it incorrectly bore the federal agency Drive Sober drunk driving logo. The ad is not being fully funded by federal transportation funds, but we can definitely meet to discuss, a Florida Department of Transportation official replied. The emails were obtained by an investigative reporter who publishes the Seeking Rents newsletter on Substack. Garcia estimated that the state spent between $35 million and $40 million on the campaign. Neither state nor federal officials would say how the disagreement was resolved. In court, the state argued that the ad didn't violate the state's election code because it didn't mention Amendment 3. A judge agreed, and the case is on appeal. Oh, so they took it to court. They said, "Hey, we didn't say Amendment 3. Why we made a whole lot of suggestions about marijuana and a whole lot of lies that were unfabricated about marijuana, but we didn't say the words Amendment 3." And so a Florida judge agreed. You can get these Florida judges to agree on anything that these Republicans want to say and do. So it is on appeal. Let me see. This is not electioneering, DeSantis said in September last year. It's things that can absolutely be done through these public service announcements, and I am glad they're doing it. The ads were not a public service announcement, which are aired for free. See, if it was just a public service announcement, those ads would have been run for free. The ads were not public service announcements which are aired for free at a station's direction, according to ad buyers interviewed by the Times. In fact, different organizations disagreed on how to define them. The Florida Association of Broadcasters labeled theirs as non-commercial sustaining announcements. Oh my God. A non commercial sustaining announcement. The media tracking firm Adult Impact labeled about a quarter of the state's television ad spending at 1.5 million by the agency for healthcare administration as political. The agency ads, which were co-sponsored by other departments, appeared to be directly addressed to political ones. Aired by Amendment 4 sponsor. Amendment 4 is the abortion amendment. The state's ad mentioned lying and misinformation and referred viewers to state-run price transparency website claiming that Amendment 4 threatens women's lives. Okay, so this is what was going on in Florida. It wasn't electioneering. Florida law makes it a misdemeanor for any employee or officer of the state to use their official position to interfere with an election or influence someone's vote. The penalty is up to a year in jail. In a lawsuit last year, a Leon County judge wrote that state agencies have budgetary authority to spend funds on public service commercials. It's just public service. They don't seek to service the public with these ads outside of an election period because it's not on a ballot. Why do a commercial about something that's not on the ballot? Duh. Duh. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Secrecy surrounding spending. The 5 state agencies have not responded to questions. 4 released few records, and 1 agency released nothing. The Department of Education, for example, spent $3.2 million on the campaign. Spending data shows. But when asked for the contract and records related to that spending, it sent a link to a state's public contracting website where the department didn't upload the contract. The website erroneously shows the department spent $304,000 when they actually spent $3.2 million. Reporters found the remaining $2.9 million by following the account and object codes listed on the contracting site through the site budgeting and payment system. The Department of Health spent $6 million on advertising, but hasn't turned over any records except the contracts. The Department of Transportation released records about its legal contracts related to the campaign. It has released no records and answered no questions about how it spent $4.4 million with RS&H, the engineering firm. None of the records the state has released give specific information about its strategy against the abortion initiative. The $36.2 million of spending identified by the Times include the administration boosting the marketing budget for the Florida Pregnancy Care Network by $5 million to run ads explicitly against Amendment 4. The board of the network of an anti-abortion clinic refused and instead chose to run more neutral ads about the organization's services and touting Florida's service to pregnant women and family in the lead up to the election. Afterwards, because now they gave them how much? $5 million to run ads explicitly against Amendment 4. They gave the Florida Pregnancy Care Network $5 million to run ads explicitly against Amendment 4. But they decided not to run ads explicitly against Amendment 4. They just chose to run more neutral ads about the organization's services and touting Florida's services to pregnant women and families in the lead up to the election. So after they didn't do what DeSantis told them to do with that money, afterwards DeSantis proposed stripping the networks of all of their funding because they didn't do as they were told. Okay, here's the link to this article. Here's the, it was just so much more in here that I wanted to share with you. Here is the link to this article is in the description box under Florida. Please feel free to peruse this article because this is something else. Stealing. Are the Republicans saying anything about this stealing? Oh no. Hey, on the block with Big Rigs. Hey, Daniel Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. Happy New Year to you all as well. I'm glad to hear that, Redwood. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for giving me a click in the view. Please subscribe to this channel as well. I think I was talking about Florida. I don't believe that. Okay. The link is in my description box. Let me continue. Let me continue sharing. Here we go. Oh, hold on. I'm not sharing this. I apologize. Let me share my screen. I'm like, what's going on with the share screen thing? What's going on is I wasn't sharing. Let me share my screen with you again. I apologize. Here we go.
Local journalism, folks, always support it. Our local journalists are telling us what is happening in our respective backyards. It is invaluable reporting. And I know that I am just preaching to the choir when I say that our local journalists, our papers, our publications, they deserve our support. While we're talking about support, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, I'm asking you with respect, can you please like and subscribe? You may think that you've subscribed to this channel already, but maybe you haven't. And if you like the content that I am putting out, please let other people know so they can also subscribe to the Katie Fang News channel. So let's get into this reporting. It's critically important, and here we go. And it is Governor Ron DeSantis' administration diverted more than $35 million in taxpayer funds as part of his agenda last year in 2024 to defeat two ballot amendments that he staunchly opposed. I'm going to say some of the key parts again. DeSantis diverted $35 million in taxpayer funds. Taxpayers in Florida, your funds that were earmarked for specific agencies in Florida, for specific services, for specific communities, diverted to fight against two specific ballot initiatives that were on the ballot in November of 2024 that DeSantis didn't like. And wait till you hear what they were, those ballot initiatives. According to the Miami Herald, much of that diverted money, much of that diverted $35 million was intended to assist needy Floridians, including children. Instead, it went to DeSantis cronies, political consultants, lawyers, and thousands of advertisements that helped DeSantis and his ass kissers win at the ballot box. The two ballot amendments were the one that was going to basically put into the Constitution of Florida the right to an abortion. It would have basically gotten rid of the idea that you have a 6-week fetal heartbeat abortion ban here in Florida. It basically would have given Floridians this right. And the other one was to legalize marijuana. Now, here's the thing. In Florida, you'd have to get 60% of the vote. And in both instances, they came really, really close, the people that wanted to have these amendments passed. So Amendment 3 specifically would have legalized recreational marijuana, and Amendment 4 would have overturned the 6-week fetal heartbeat abortion ban, and both fell just short of the 60% that was needed to pass. So think about this. If our elected officials like DeSantis are supposed to be respecting the will of the voters, and the voters are telling you pretty damn close to 60% that they want to legalize recreational marijuana and they want to provide the constitutional right to an abortion in the state of Florida, shouldn't you be listening to your voters? Shouldn't you be listening to them instead of actively diverting already earmarked taxpayer funds to the tune of $32 million to defeat those amendments? How about not putting your thumb on the scale? In addition, within that $32 million diverted misuse of funds, there's nearly $10 million that was the use of money from a charity called Hope Florida. So in the Hope Florida charity scandal, which is the subject of a grand jury investigation involving who else? The First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis, and the current Attorney General of Florida, James Utmeyer, who was the chief of staff at the time for Ron DeSantis. Nearly $10 million from a Medicaid settlement was steered to a political committee that was controlled by Utmeyer. And there is an allegation that there is the potential of criminal activity that was afoot. Now, here's the thing. DeSantis, remember, in his failed vanity project to run for president, he had depleted funds. And so he didn't have money to be able to combat these amendments, right? So he basically took money that was taxpayer money that was already earmarked to help Floridians to be able to try to do this all-out media blitz, which include like TV ads and radio ads and Facebook and et cetera, right? So check this out. A professor named Kenneth Goodman, professor emeritus at the University of Miami, who for decades directed medical ethics at that school, said that DeSantis' campaign, quote, "This is corruption at the expense of children." Not just children, by the way, but others. So let's talk about what the Miami Herald and the Tampa Bay Times did, because it's pretty impressive. And you know what it is? It's kind of like, it's old school journalism. I mean, I'll say the word old school, but it's really journalism the way that it's supposed to be, right? So the Herald Times, what they did was this. They looked into thousands of pages of emails, vendor receipts, ad records, and state payments. They went into the state of Florida's accounting and budgeting system. It traces the source of every penny in last year's $116.5 billion state budget. Of $36.2 million in taxpayer money tapped by the DeSantis administration, the Herald Times analysis shows that at least $21.2 million moved through an intricate web of financial transactions across 5 state agencies to just a handful of vendors. Now, of course, we as Floridians and you as concerned Americans, you don't really get the full transparency. Why? Because the state refuses to turn over key documents that were requested by the Herald Times as a part of their story. But what is clear is, in order to pay for these campaigns, DeSantis tapped into funds that were otherwise, again, earmarked for Floridians. I'll give you an example. The DCF had $1.1 million taken from its child protection program to place ads to fight against these amendments. That money had originally come from federal grants, and it mostly was supposed to go to organizations that were helping kids that were in foster care or to offer services and counseling to parents so that they didn't lose custody of their children. And you want to know how it was invoiced? You know how it was booked? Ads for, quote, mothers, babies, and children, end quote. But let me be clear. They were ads to make sure that people like you and me didn't have the constitutional right to an abortion in Florida. The DeSantis administration took $4 million from an opioid settlement trust fund and directed it towards these anti-ballot initiative campaigns. That money was won in 2022 from suing drug makers and distributors, and it was supposed to help drug-addicted Floridians. The Florida Department of Health, $970,000 was redirected from its community public health promotion program to campaign ads. Kind of crazy, right? And that $10 million that we just talked about, yeah, that was money that a Medicaid contractor named Centene, it had donated that to the Hope Florida Foundation as a part of a big legal settlement in September of 2024. And instead, $8.5 million of it ended up in a political committee that was controlled by James Utmeyer. And that political committee was dedicated to defeat Amendment 3, the legalization of recreational marijuana. The Herald Times analysis found that of the $36.2 million in taxpayer dollars spent on last year's campaign, 79% came from funds that were reserved for healthcare. So, Floridians specifically, I'm talking to you. If you think Ron DeSantis or any of these Republicans give a shit about you, you're dead ass wrong. And let me tell you why I'm adding in other Republicans. Because here, in Florida, you have to be able, if you want to be able to check out if money is being used properly, you're supposed to be able to go to the Department of Financial Services, right? And they're the ones that are going to sit there and figure out, hey, is the money being spent appropriately? Is it in compliance with state laws and the rules? Well, the Department of Financial Services at the time was headed up by the state's elected chief financial officer, who was a guy by the name of Jimmy Petronis. But he has since been elected to Congress. So when the Herald Times contacted Petronis to say, man, we're looking into this money, we want to know what's going on, he said, you really need to talk to the current department head, Blaise Ingoglia. Well, Blaise Ingoglia is a former Republican state senator who was appointed by whom? Ron DeSantis to his position at the Department of Financial Services. It's total lackey, back scratching, quid pro quoing going on here. So you're never going to get accountability when you have Republican governor, Republican AG, Republican state Senate, and Republican state representatives, right? It's never going to fucking happen, especially in a place like Florida. Now, look, there's this great chart that's included in this piece from the Herald, and it breaks down how $36.2 million in taxpayer dollars was spent to defeat last year's Amendments 3 and 4 by the DeSantis administration. And it's a clear chart. And if you look at it, it's 5 freaking recipients. Only 5. Strategic Digital Services, a GOP-aligned campaign firm. The Hope Florida Foundation, a state-created charity. The Florida Pregnancy Care Network, which runs anti-abortion clinics. RSNH, a state engineering contractor, which then sent $150,000 of the almost $4.43 million it got to the Florida Association of Broadcasters. And then almost $500,000 was spent on 4 different law firms having to defend the state of Florida from lawsuits that were brought because of these campaigns. Now, here we go. As I mentioned, the Department of Health, they diverted $2 million from grants and donations to the campaign against marijuana. And the same legal exemption was apparently cited to every time questions were asked about the healthcare agency spending money, right? Because they were circumventing these competitive bidding requirements that you have to do to be able to get these deals, to get these contracts as vendors. And listen to this, right? The legal exemption that they cited to said that the ads provided, quote, health services involving examination, diagnosis, treatment, prevention, medical consultation, or administration, end quote. What a crock of bullshit. What a vague crock of bullshit. DeSantis' Department of Health has cited that legal exemption more than 5,000 times since 2020 to justify paying doctors, vaccines, health screenings, and other services to support DeSantis policies. Go figure. Now, what I wanted to share with you is this. Remember how I mentioned that one of those 5 recipients of money was one of those abortion agencies? Well, let's talk about what happened to them. Okay, so of that $36.2 million, nearly $5 million was sent to a company called Florida Pregnancy Care Network. And the intent was for this network, the Florida Pregnancy Care Network, to run anti-abortion ads to fight back against Amendment 4, which again would have basically given the constitutional right to Floridians to be able to get an abortion, right? So the board of the Florida Pregnancy Care Network refused to run ads that explicitly targeted Amendment 4. Instead, they ran more, quote, neutral ads about that organization's services and about Florida's services to pregnant women and families as they led up to the November 2024 election. Do you want to know what DeSantis did? Because he got pissed. He then proposed stripping the network of funding because they refused to run the ads that explicitly targeted Amendment 4. And don't forget, there were threats made to criminally prosecute TV stations if they didn't stop running ads that were yes on 4, yes on Amendment 4. They were threatened to be criminally prosecuted, and it was so bad that the Department of Health's general counsel resigned because he's like, I can't be complicit in this. I mean, I want you to think about how much money was basically stolen from Floridians, from taxpayers that would have gone to help them in various ways. And yet these Republicans like DeSantis, they do this without batting an eye. And it just goes to show why I've been harping so much here at my channel about paying attention to our local and state races, because you have to care. You have to care about the people that are running for these races, not only just your governor, but your attorney general and your state reps and your state senators. Because they are the ones that more immediately impact you on a daily basis. They're the ones that are controlling the potholes that are in your front streets, that are messing up your car. They're the ones that are impacting the services that are being provided to you and your family, your schools, what's being read, what's not being read. I mean, these are the things that are important. And when you hear
something like this, you understand why they are trying to block you from voting, and you understand why they are happy with those who don't get off their asses and vote, and it is to your own detriment. So let me go on. What else do I have? Let me see. Let me see if there's anything else. I think that's about it. It's been a long year, and I hope let me see. I told you about the land strike in Venezuela. I wanted to go back. I wanted to. I'm going to drop this link about this contract that African leaders are signing a health deal with 4547. And if you do not believe that now they're signing the pact with 4547 to monitor the health in, let I think it's nine different nations. Now, if you don't believe, and 4547 has already said that he will be giving this information to private companies. If you don't believe that if Africa does not do what they're told to do regarding their rare earth minerals, about all of their gold and everything that they have that these billionaire companies want, if you do not believe that they will put a fucking notice out about some rare bug that has started in Africa, and they're gonna bomb them because they don't want the drug to spread to the United States. You're crazy. They said that the first thing is U.S. safety, and this is why they are managing while they are are watching for the health of people in Africa. So if you don't think that they have just put a target on their own backs, I talked to you a little about this. Let's talk a little more about this.
The geopolitical rivalry between the United States and China has gotten to a whole new dangerous level in Africa right now as I speak to you. And this latest development, it is going to affect each and every one of us in Africa. No one can escape this because in September this year, 2025, the United States quietly launched a strategy that fundamentally changes how power works in Africa. And I want to be clear about this. This isn't a military doctrine. It is not a military agreement. It is not even a trade deal. It wasn't even a military base, a new one being erected in Africa. It is a health strategy. On paper, it is about saving lives. But in reality, and this is the part that matters the most, it is about influence. It is about countering China in Africa. Now, within just 3 months,
it's about the culture of the colonizer.
Months of this new plan being unveiled by the United States, 9 African countries signed this new health agreement with Washington. We are talking about Kenya, Nigeria, Uganda, Rwanda, Liberia, and a lot of others. They are all signing up to this ungodly agreement. The promises are massive on paper. America is promising these African leaders that are signing these deals billions of dollars, support for clinics, salaries for health workers, stronger labs, and more vaccines.
But what they're promising with these healthcare and these clinics, that you have to. I didn't know healthcare was a place where you taught religion. That you're going to have to teach the Christian religion and Christian values to get these things. And I didn't know that America was a Christian nation.
And for governments under pressure, for budgets that are already stretched thin, this looks like a lifeline. It really did on paper. But here is where it gets really complicated, because behind the friendly language, something much bigger is happening, because these deals give the United States deep access into national health systems of every country that is signing up to this deal. It is access to data, access to disease patterns, and access on how African states manage their health crisis. Some of these governments, and this is critical to note here, they allow American-linked systems to sit inside government ministries, shaping policies, deciding whether funding continues to flow or not. And meanwhile, China has spent 2 decades building roads.
And meanwhile, China has spent decades building roads and all of this. But what has America done with Africa? They shut off U.S. aid, something that is estimated to. There is estimated there are millions of lives that are estimated to be lost by the cut off of U.S. aid. Remember the condoms that they were joking around, and they bought all these condoms. Well, the condoms stopped the spread of HIV and AIDS. And they threw the condoms away. They wouldn't even give them away to agencies in the United States that wanted. No, they destroyed the condoms that was purchased with money. What about malaria? The nets that stop the spread of malaria in Africa. They cut off all the aid for that. So, are we to believe that the U.S. Cares about the health of the African people now? Is that what we are to believe? And as they have created a nothing in Africa, not a road, not a bridge, not a nothing. This is some bullshit. What do you think that's going to happen to the health of the African people if there is an outbreak of any type of disease? Fear mongering, and strikes and a taking of their riches, and taking of their riches is automatic.
Railways, ports, and data cables across the continent. So, to sit inside government ministries, shaping policies, deciding whether funding continues to flow or not. And meanwhile, China has spent 2 decades building roads, railways, ports, and data cables across the continent. So, why China used infrastructure to lock in its position of influence in Africa? The US is now using our own health systems themselves as a new weapon. Africa's hospitals, databases.
And do you think that whenever they choose to, some strange thing, some strange illness will show up in Africa? Do you think they're gonna call the America flu then, like they 45, 47 called it the China flu called COVID-19 the China flu? Do you not think that they will use illness as a warfare there? This man is so spot on. The link is in my description box as well.
Disease surveillance networks. These have become, for lack of a better word, a silent battleground between the two superpowers. So in this episode, we are diving deep into how our health became a geopolitical weapon, how the first African test cases played out in court and parliament, and why these deals may lock Africa into a long-term dependency that looks nothing like partnership. This is the story nobody is watching, but it is already shaping the continent's future. So the first thing I need you to understand is that global health is no longer being treated as charity. And that is not my own personal interpretation, because in Washington's own words, health assistance is now officially described as a tool to advance national interests and reshape bilateral relationships across Africa. The new strategy openly links health funding to the safety, strength, and prosperity of the United States. That it was clearly written in the document. The document is publicly available. You can search for it. It's in official US government website. I will even leave the link to this document in the YouTube description so that you can go through it and understand everything that I am talking about. And here is the thing. Instead of hiding behind soft language, this document is blunt. They are not hiding any agenda. It is written in black and white. They are saying that health programs are now part of a security agenda, that outbreaks in Africa are treated as threats that must be controlled. And I am quoting the framing here, before they reach the US shores. Now, funding is being framed as a way to secure cooperation, gain access, push countries towards certain models of governance and data sharing. Health has become a front line in foreign policy, according to the United States, in that document that is publicly available. Now, for Africa.
So their health is health is a primary concern, as we are on the cusp of more Americans in the United States going without health insurance. I'm bringing us all the way around, full circle. If health was such a priority in the United States, why are so many people on the cusp of losing healthcare insurance, healthcare coverage? This is not about health. This is not about health. This is about the rich dominating the world. This is what this is about. And this is what this administration is about. And these foes over there sitting on all the riches of the world are signing their citizens up for this destruction. Let's be clear. They already understand that they all have Americans already wrapped up in the bucket. They are creating concentration camps under the guise of these warehouses that they're going to warehouse undocumented immigrants. But I thought that they were sending the undocumented immigrants home. So tell me again, why are they creating all these warehouses to stockpile up to 80,000 people? Hundreds all across the country? So sickness is supposed to be a big concern that they are going to try to make legislation and try to tell African how what to do with outbreak in their country. What happens if they have an outbreak in the United States? Would a warehouse do for these people who are affected by these outbreaks? Because there is going to be no health care for you. Because everyone else is going to have health care. And we cannot, bog our hospitals down. You remember what happened with COVID. We're going to have to think of another situation. We're going to have to think about something good. We're going to have to quarantine only the sick. You ever think about that? Do you ever think about that? Or do you even know that all these warehouses are being turned in to many concentration or multi-concentration camps all across the United States? And who's going to benefit from it? These private people that are connected to 4547 who gets the word first that, hey, you may want to go into this because we are fit to fill these places up. Why do you think that nobody's concerned about healthcare? There's no big outcry. The goddamn the fucking citizens didn't even have a big outcry about healthcare. Y'all walking around talking about bullshit. Happy New Year. That's all I can tell you.
This is creating a sharp contradiction. On one side, there is real impact, support for HIV treatment, tuberculosis control, malaria prevention, and pandemic preparedness. That is tangible benefit. But on the other side, the architecture around that support is increasingly built to serve U.S. strategic goals first. African priorities are referenced, sure, but the structure of the agreement makes it pretty clear who holds the power. And this shift is landing on a continent already being battered by a lot of diseases like malaria and tuberculosis, where public hospitals are underfunded, health workers are living in droves, and external aid still fills basic gaps. Turning down large health packages is politically suicidal for many African leaders right now. But accepting them without scrutiny, it will risk ceding control over data systems, supply chains, and long-term financing. So the opening reality here is this. What used to be sold as neutral global health is now explicitly part of great power rivalry between the US and China. And Africa is right in the middle of it all. That might sound abstract, but the next part of the story shows why this strategy emerged now and who Washington is really watching. This is because for over 20 years, China has quietly reshaped Africa's map. They have financed highways, ports, industrial parks, power plants, and telecommunications. Analysts, they are estimating hundreds of billions of dollars have flowed into African infrastructure, mostly as loans. And these projects are visible. Everyone can see and confirm. They are concrete. They are politically symbolic. In many capitals across Africa right now, it is Chinese-built roads and Chinese-financed rail lines that people actually see, not American aid or American policy directions. The United States is choosing a different path right now. Its biggest footprint in Africa has been health, HIV programs, malaria control, vaccination campaigns, epidemic responses. Between 2001 and 2025, American health funding reached levels unmatched by any other donor on the planet. That money saved lives for sure. It strengthened some services, but it didn't produce the same type of strategic lock-in that China's infrastructure has created. There were no ports tied to US debt, no rail lines giving American companies clear advantage over China in Africa. So, with China now deeply embedded in Africa, and with Beijing using forums like the Belt and Road Initiative to promise tens of billions more to African leaders American strategists, they are beginning to treat Africa as a central arena, or should I say, a primary arena in their rivalry with China. And health has become the one domain where America still has skill, relationships, and technical leverage over China. So instead of trying to outbuild China on infrastructure, the US decided to own systems under the surface. I'm talking about data flows, surveillance architectures, procurement channels, the legal frameworks that govern them. If China built highways, America would own the traffic lights, the sensors, and the control room. On paper, these new health deals talk about efficiency and ending waste. In practice, they embed long-term conditions, performance benchmarks, co-financing rules that give America sustained influence over how African health systems are run. But strategies on paper are one thing. The real test, it will come when they collide with domestic law and public opinion. And that collusion started in a country that often becomes the continent's pilot project. It is Kenya. You can believe that whenever any new agenda, especially from the US, is coming to Africa, it always starts in Kenya. And Kenya was the first African country to sign this major bilateral health agreement under this new approach. The deal was worth more than $1 billion over several years. It promised expanded funding for community health workers, labs, electronic medical records, disease surveillance. The Kenyan government presented it as a breakthrough. They are saying it is direct government-to-government support. But as details started emerging, Kenyan civil society groups and legal activists, they begin raising the alarm. They pointed to clauses that will allow extensive sharing of health data and pathogen samples with US agencies, with limited independent oversight, of course. They highlighted vague language on how data could be kept, how it might be combined with other data sets, who would ultimately control the systems being built. Now in Kenya, consumer advocates and rights groups, they have taken the fight to court because in December this year, 2025, Kenya's High Court issued conservatory orders suspending parts of the agreement related to the transfer of sensitive health data. The judges, they agreed that there were serious questions around privacy, sovereignty, and compliance with Kenya's own Data Protection Act and digital health laws. In Kenyan parliament, opposition voices were asking why such a far-reaching agreement hadn't been openly debated. They questioned whether future government would be bound to costly co-financing commitments without clear projections for the long-term burden. And for once, the narrative wasn't aid versus no aid. It was what kind of aid, on whose terms, and at what sovereign cost. Kenya didn't reject cooperation. It did something more disruptive. It insisted that even in the middle of a health crisis and funding squeeze, its courts and laws, they still matter. And that simple act, scrutinizing this health deal between the US and Kenya, it exposed the most sensitive fault line in the new strategy. The battle over who owns and controls African health system and data. Now, to understand why these deals are so sensitive, you need to look at what modern health systems actually produce. Because behind every clinic, every lab, every hospital sits a growing ocean of data. I'm talking about test results, case reports, genomic sequences, vaccination records, contact tracing logs, digital prescriptions, and more. When combined, this information gives a near real-time picture of disease patterns, vulnerabilities, system weaknesses. For Africa, that data is powerful. It can guide where to send resources, which disease to prioritize, how to prepare for future outbreaks. But for external powers and corporations, it's even more valuable. It reveals where new markets might open, where resistant strains are emerging, how population health trends will affect economies and security. The new American strategy leans heavily on integrating and centralizing this same data. Now, this bilateral agreement that America is signing with many countries in Africa right now as I speak, they are talking about unified surveillance platforms, real-time dashboard system that can be cooperated by both the US and any country that is signing up to this. In practice, that often means African systems are built or heavily configured by foreign technical partners using infrastructure and software controlled outside the continent of Africa. Now, researchers and commentators in places like Nigeria and Kenya have started describing health data as a new currency of power. And the fear isn't about scientific collaboration. That is not the fear. It's about asymmetry. African countries, they generate the data, but external actors, they hold the tools, the servers, the algorithms, and the legal leverage to use it. Once integrated into foreign-run platforms, the information can be repurposed in ways local regulators may never see. This is why
Once they get the data, it can be repurposed in ways local regulators may never see. Exactly. To finish watching this, I have put the link in my description box. The link is in my description box under African U.S. Health Agreement. I'm going to drop the link right here in the chat as well. So I just I wanted to go a little further about this that I was talking. Who is going to control all this data? Will it be Palantir? Will it be Palantir? It's not going to be you. It's going to be a billionaire corporation that is going to control this data. Understand? This administration means you absolutely no good. I'm going to end with a couple of more things that I want to share with you. I will drop the links. I will drop the links in the chat. Let me share this one. How much 4547 has earned since he has been president, and how he has earned it. Let's get into this. Hold on 1 second.
Because this is just getting ridiculous. We're going to play a game called Follow the Money, and we're going to start back in January. January 2025, when Boeing announces that they are going to give $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. Around April, we start having the tariff battle and we start having the trade wars. And Trump begins to start using companies that he shows favoritism to as part of these deals. And one of them is Boeing. And as a result of Boeing being awarded a certain number of government contracts, they get upgraded and they are up 64% from an April low. And they are upgraded as a buy because they are part of Trump's game piece. And in July, this continues because Boeing is continually given more contracts from other countries as part of these trade wars. We're going to fast forward to today when Trump met with Netanyahu, and here is the result of that meeting. Just a couple hours ago, the Pentagon announces an $8.6 billion Boeing contract for F-15 jets to be sold to Israel. Now, before you jump on this train of saying,
and guess who who's going to profit off of these Boeing stock prices going up? You'll never guess. You'll never guess.
Saying this is just him being a fantastic business person and he is now creating more jobs and more opportunities and more investment in the United States of America with Boeing as an American company, you need to hold on for a second. And here is why. Because in August of this year, Trump bought between $1 to $5 million worth of Boeing bonds. And then in September, he bought more bonds. The president of the United States is investing in companies and then is securing deals for them that is surely going to make their stock price go even higher because right now they are projecting.
Is your for-profit media talking about this? Is your for-profit media letting you know that the corruption in this administration is just over the top disgusting? But they have a place for the American people. They are making warehouses. They are making warehouses.
To hit a 275 mark. We have never seen this level of a president abusing his power for his own financial gain. I don't know, you guys. The last time that I checked, I don't recall middle-class Americans having $5 million in bonds and then being able to secure an $8.6 billion deal that is surely going to jack up their valuation. Wake the fuck up, America. Yeah, guys, at some point, Congress has to wake the fuck up and start articles of impeachment because this is just getting ridiculous. We're going to play a game called Follow the Money, and we're going to start.
Okay. That is in my description box. It is under Follow the Money. So let me share a couple of more things with you. If you want to review that again, go to my description box and under Follow the Money, Follow the Money. I think this is maybe. Let me share this reminder with you. if you missed it yesterday. I definitely want to share this with you. I think we all need to understand this. Weaponizing civil rights. It will be in my description box under civil rights is a weapon.
Of the head of the EEOC urging white men to file employment discrimination lawsuits with the EEOC. Now, if that surprises you, that tells me you have not watched my videos on Project 2025. In fact, one video I did on Project 2025 back in July of 2024, over a year ago, I specifically warned blacks this would happen. And I'm gonna play an excerpt in just a moment. Nevertheless, this directive is very problematic for a few reasons. First, it will result in white men receiving a form of reparations. Yes, although we've not received reparations, they will receive a form of reparations. And here's how that will work. Pursuant to 42 USC section 2000E-2, which codifies Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 64, all employment discrimination complaints or lawsuits must be filed first with the EEOC. Then the EEOC must conduct an investigation. After the investigation, the EEOC must first try to resolve the matter, and that will likely result in them pressuring the defendant, the employer, to stop hiring blacks, or to fire more blacks, or to pay huge fines and penalties, or a combination of all three. The EEOC will likely share some of that money it recovers with those white men, which essentially, again, is a form of reparations. And this will incentivize more white men to bring many more of these claims. Now, if the negotiations don't work, then the EEOC can then sue the defendant in a friendly court and continue the pressure campaign to force the corporation to stop hiring blacks, or to start firing more blacks, or to pay huge penalties and fines. Basically, this is weaponizing the EEOC, and it'll drive up more black unemployment. All right? Why are they doing this? Simple. To protect and preserve white male dominance, white male hegemony. And oh, by the way, have I said that they have spelled this out in Project 2025?
They're doing it because this is their nature. They want you to believe your nature is being a ghetto, lazy, uneducated. But these are the things that they have to do to stay on top, because they know if the books aren't cooked against everyone else, they cannot rise to the top. That's why it's their nature. As I told you when I did my part about the nature of different races, it's their nature.
Of course I did, because it can't be said enough. So yes, I knew this was coming. And here's the excerpt that I promised you. They're actually going to be using the DOJ to wage this bogus fight against reverse discrimination. That's what they're doing out in the private world. So you can just look for the Department of Justice to become an agency that's going to file a whole lot of lawsuits against a lot of corporations alleging reverse discrimination.
Now, I introduced you to him sometime last year. This is a clip from last year where he told you what was going to happen. And now it's absolutely happening. The Defiant Lawyer Network, this is in my description box under civil rights is now a weapon.
In other words, that whites are being discriminated against. I'm sure you've heard the video of the head of the EEOC urging white men to file employment discrimination lawsuits with the EEOC. Now, if that surprises you, that tells me you have not watched my video.
And if you have not seen it, that means you have not watched my video. But information is factual information that affect you and how you live your life. Some people are not interested in. But let's keep going.
Those on Project 2025. In fact, one video I did on Project 2025 back in July of 2024, over a year ago, I specifically warned blacks this would happen. And I'm going to play an excerpt in just a moment. Nevertheless, this directive is very problematic for a few reasons. First, it will result in white men receiving a form of reparation.
Okay. So that is that link. I wanted to make sure I got the whole beginning of it now. Did you hear that there is a push to restrict blacks from owning guns? Did you hear that? Because of our alleged culture? If you haven't heard that, I will let you hear that now because you need to hear what these people of low moral values and culture are saying that should be taking what libertarians are nonetheless are saying about who should not be able to own firearms. That Second Amendment right that they talk about so much should be taken away from black people. If you didn't know that, let me share this information with you. Uh, um, this will be in my description box under Second Amendment.
Demonstrates how radicalized the political rhetoric in this country has become. This guy is advocating for black people to not be able to own firearms anymore. They replied to this post about the Brown University mass shooting, saying all we can do is just pray. That is not all.
Responding to a post about the Brown University shooting. Let's get into how blacks not being able to own guns have anything to do with this. As you recall, Kakai Patel got a tip and arrested a black man who had not left his hotel that day. But since he got a tip and it was a black man, Kakai Patel then went on X and said that they had the shooter, a black man. And in response to Kakai Patel being inept and a fucking fool, this is what is being said about blacks shouldn't be allowed to own guns. Is the solution for Kakai Patel not knowing how to run the FBI agency and then come out half cocked and assured that he has a perpetrator of a shooting that the black man did not commit. And so you think it can't happen? You think it can't happen? You think that somebody cannot be accused of something that they did not commit and go to trial, be found guilty for, and languish in jail or be unalived by death penalties? You think it can't happen when you see people coming out of jail for decades for crimes that they have been convicted for that they have not committed? So you think they can't take your Second Amendment right? You see that right now, before the Supreme Court, is a birthright citizenship. So you think that they won't come for your specific rights? Okay, this link is will be in my description box under Second Amendment rights.
So sick of this Republican inaction on sensible gun control measures. The Libertarian Party NH said no guns for blacks. That is sensible gun control. If you're not willing to start there by tackling the biggest problem first, you're not serious about gun control. Now let's talk about sensible voter control. Let me just start by saying policies based on race are not gun control and they are not constitutional. This guy is not advocating for public safety. He is advocating for collective punishment based on race. That language echoes a long history in the United States, where race was used to deny people basic human rights. Courts have repeatedly ruled that race-based restrictions violate equal protection under law, regardless of the policy area involved. What makes this even worse is that he pivoted from gun policy to voter control. This account calls itself a libertarian, but it's advocating for more government control.
Now let's talk about voting. So he said that blacks shouldn't be allowed to own guns based on a black man being picked up for a crime that he did not commit. And then he goes further and says, let's talk about voting. So did you see my earlier clip? If you didn't see my earlier clip into 1963. They were trying to prevent black people from registering to vote. 1963 in Louisiana. So I'm just giving you the information. What you do with it is what you do with it. If you know your culture, if you want to be familiar with your culture, watch the start of my video. And I'm going to show you black culture as you are able to glean the culture of non-black people. And these are the things that they find it easier to do than to compete with your black mind and bodies. Let's continue.
This post really demonstrates how radicalized the political rhetoric in this country has become. This guy is advocating for black people to not be able to own firearms anymore. They replied to this post about the Brown University mass shooting, saying all we can do is just pray. That is not all you can do. So sick of this Republican inaction on sensible gun control measures. The Libertarian Party NH said no guns for blacks. That is sensible gun control. If you're not willing to start there by tackling the biggest problem first, you're not serious about gun control. Now let's talk about sensible voter control. Let me just start by...
Okay, I wanted to be sure you saw this. If you don't think it can happen, trust me. Let me see. I think there are a couple of more things. Let me see. Who's going to gain off of all of this all of this death and destruction? Who's going to gain? Is there any gains in this? It appears to be some gains for those close to this administration. There seems to be plenty of gain. Let me share this with you.
Was reporting that Jared Kushner is turning war-torn Gaza into an AI smart city. It'll reportedly cost $100 billion to make and is being called Project Sunrise. And we actually have access to the presentation that Kushner and other top Trump officials presented, showing how they want to develop luxury hotels, high-speed railways, AI-optimized grid features in Gaza. And believe it or not, it gets crazier. So it's reported to cost $112 billion to make this. And according to the plan, the US would contribute to 20% of the costs. So that's $60 billion of taxpayer money. And even though this plan, maps out all the phases of construction and all of these details, in this entire 30-page PowerPoint presentation, there is no mention of housing for the 2 million Palestinians that would be displaced during this allegedly 10-year reconstruction. So it just seems impractical. And on top of that, 10,000 bodies are laying under the 68 million tons of rubble that would have to be moved to make this. Apparently the ground is toxic. It's littered with unexploded bombs. So I don't know how they're planning on making some glitzy Riviera here, but reportedly they're trying to monetize 75% of Gaza's coastline. And Trump officials are saying that this plan could actually be put into effect in 2 months. Kushner and Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff met with officials from Egypt, Turkey, and Qatar in Miami a couple days ago to discuss this development. So it looks like this project is kind of underway. Make sure to follow the News Girls for more updates on this and other political stories.
2 months. This could be going into effect in 2 months. Hey, Z Sarah, happy New Year to you as well, Z Sarah. I was talking about I sent you that video about the U.S. African Health Initiative. I played that, and I was also talking about the culture that they try to say and claim to be black culture. But I actually talked about the real black culture that is not propagated on the news and on Hollywood script. I actually talk about the true Black culture. The reason why they are stripping history away. So I just talked about Black culture, and I talked about a couple of more things here and there. Now, so if this thing is expected to happen in a couple of months, while there still has been no peace uh, in Palestine, do you think that they only want smart cities in foreign lands? Do you think that there is no big idea to have these smart cities in the United States? But where would we put them? We don't want them in no butt fuck state. We want a beach state. Where would we put these smart cities in the United States? So, do you want the United States? I guess they don't care. They don't care as long as they're getting paid. These billionaires. But don't you think that these vanity projects? They would want a vanity project in the United States? But there's too many people in the United States. Where would you? We're not telling you what we're going to do with these 2 million gods and people. I mean, we try to let as many of them that could be to be ethnically cleansed. But what are we going to do with these American people? Well, we have our warehouses and stuff, and we have taken health care away from tens of millions of them. But what else can we do to expedite us being able to free up some of the United States land to do our own thing? Did you think they just only want to do this in foreign nations? So, what else has your 4547 expedited for the Americans? Let me share with you this. I talked about forever chemicals. I talked about the EPA and the drawbacks that they have done in the EPA. The people who are responsible for making sure your air and water is clean. I talked about these forever chemicals. These chemicals that they are allowed to put in farms on the pesticides and all of this stuff that remain in your body forever, that seeps into your water, that give you many types of cancers. Let's talk about what your 4547 has done in regards to these forever chemicals. If you're not aware, let's get into it. Yes, I'm sharing it. Let me turn up the volume about these forever chemicals.
EPA is starting to allow the use of pesticides containing PFAS on food. It's part of an effort to roll back the regulation of what are called forever chemicals because they don't break down easily in the environment. Last week, the agency approved the use of 2 new pesticides that qualify as PFAS. It means that farmers could spread them on crops like romaine lettuce, broccoli, and potatoes. The Washington Post is reporting that agency plans to approve 4 more pesticides. Not much is known about their long-term impact, but PFAS have been linked to certain cancers, birth defects, and other health problems. In a statement to the NewsHour today, the EPA said it will provide transparent, science-based information on how the chemicals are evaluated.
Hold on one second. I have one more I want to share with you about these forever chemicals. These 2 links will be in my description box under the link Forever Dying. So let's get into that. I also shared with you a clip. If you want to learn more than you can on these shorts, go over to the YouTube channel More Perfect Union and put in PFAS or forever chemicals in their search engine, and they have a whole long story. I've played it here before for you. I won't play it today. But if you want to know more about these forever chemicals, go over and check out More Perfect Union. Hold on. I have to turn up the volume. Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume. What Trump has done to give you cancer. Part 1. Let's get
all the toxic chemical regulations that Trump has taken away over the past year. Part 1. Number 1, he took away the limits for PFAS in our drinking water. It also would have taken out lots of lead and other contaminants as well. Number 2, he doubled the amount of formaldehyde that would now be allowed in our consumer products. Formaldehyde causes cancer as well. Number 3, he took away the mandatory asbestos testing for your cosmetics. Number 4, he delayed PFAS contamination cleanup in and around military bases. This means that our veterans and their families are now at higher risk of getting cancer. It also means that all of us are at higher risk of getting cancer because they're never going to degrade on their own, and so it will eventually get into our water supply and air. Number 5, I believe the total is 5 PFAS, right, cancer-causing pesticides are now allowed to be sprayed in unlimited amounts all over our food. Number 6, little to no food safety inspection on our imported food, which is around 15 to 20% of our entire food supply. Number 7, no mandated reporting on the amount of pesticides that are being sprayed on our food. In the past, farms had to tell you what pesticides they were spraying on their foods and in what amounts. Number 8, massive exemptions on companies reporting on what PFAS, again, cancer-causing toxic chemicals, they're actually using and dumping. So we would be able to keep track of like who is doing what. And now there's no mandated reporting. So we have no idea. Number 9, the EPA removed limits on the amounts of slaughterhouse waste that could be dumped into our drinking water. This is things like blood and feces. Here's a list of all the toxic chemical regulations that Trump has taken away over the...
Okay, so that is also in my description box under Forever Dying. Let me see. Is that it? I think this may be it. Something else that I want to share with you. I think this is it. Happy New Year. I think this is it.
Diseases? No? Well, how about...
Hold on. Yes, this is it.
USDA is now going to ease regulations on chicken processing plants. Previous regulations only allowed 140 birds to be processed per minute. The new regulations will have 175 birds processed per minute. Can you inspect 2 chickens per second for diseases? No? Well, how about 3 chickens per second for diseases? Because those are the current USDA regulations, thanks to Pilgrim's Pride Corporation giving $5 million to Donald Trump's inauguration. In addition to lax protocols, this corporation will also benefit from antitrust enforcement. In 2021, the Biden administration went after them for price fixing, and they've faced scandals in Brazil. But thanks to their donation to Donald Trump, they can list their parent company on the stock exchange and avoid being broken up as a monopoly. Poultry plants on average have higher rates of injury than other manufacturing plants. And thanks to these new regulations, the chicken will be less safe to eat and higher chance of workplace injury. So between Trump's inauguration fund, his White House reconstruction fund, and most importantly, his cryptocurrency, there has never been a quicker, faster, and easier way to directly Venmo the President of the United States to do your bidding. Thank you to More Perfect Union for their research. Visit perfectunion.us/Trump's corporate colluders to see all of the extensive data on this topic. Chicken is now...
I also shared the colluders on my channel as well. Okay, so I think I have given you guys enough to have a happy new year. Let me make sure there is nothing that broke since I've been live that I would want to share with you. I'm pretty sure. Hmm. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see what this is about. Hold on one second. Oh, no, that's it. I think we've had enough. My dog's got to go tinkle. I hope you guys have a great, a happy New Year. I hope you get everything that you want out of this new year. And remember to poop before midnight tonight. You don't want to be carrying the same shit into 2026. So I thank you all for joining me. Please hit the like button or tap your screen twice. If you Yes, you don't want to be carrying the same shit that you are carrying now. So I thank you guys for joining me. I hope you guys have a blessed and happy new year, and I appreciate your support. Very Carey is going live later on tonight. I do believe, dear Very Carey. I see no response from Very Carey. I hope Very Carey is going live sometime soon. We're going to keep an eye out for Very Carey, and I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. I have to run now, and it's been fabulous having you around, Z Sarah. Thank you for being here, and all of you as well. I see a comment that came up. I'm going to put the comment on the screen as we dance out of here.